to kind of investigate this subject matter from a film perspective and to see if there are any clues within these movies. As in a way, movies can be a form of propaganda or even disclosure. Hey guys, y'all really like the War of the Worlds breakdown, so I thought it would be cool to look into Hollywood movies that deal with government cover-ups, assassinations, and conspiracy. At first it might just feel like these films are a reflection of cultural fears, or you could even argue it's all coincidence. But once you start noticing how many different movies circle around the exact same themes, it gets a little strange. It seems pretty clear that Hollywood does this intentionally. You could call it truth in plain sight, or even predictive programming, conditioning us so that when certain things happen in the future, we're more willing to accept them. I felt it would be valuable to kind of investigate this subject matter from a film perspective and to see if there are any clues within these movies. As in a way, movies can be a form of propaganda or even disclosure. One thing that fascinates me is there's a subgenre of film involving government conspiracies and cover-ups. And I'm not talking about reptilians or Illuminati, but more so the idea that our government lies, keeps secrets from us, influenced by foreign nations, and even the idea that our own government plans assassinations on politicians to blame on lone gunmen. And like I said, at first it just seems like the topic of a movie, right? These ideas are entertaining and suspenseful, but after a while it becomes bizarre to the point where it almost feels like these movies are trying to tell you something. Are these just made up stories, or is there any truth to them? I think the most famous one of these is Manchurian Candidate. And most people know the film because of the brainwashing or sleeper assassin, where a trigger activates him to be controlled for whatever purpose. I think that's how most people remember the film or what they know about it, but that's not actually the real reason I think it's worthy of mentioning. You see, the movie's more than that. It covers a governmental manufactured crisis psyop and a planned, made-for-television assassination so that a politician can ride this shock into emergency power. Not just that, but literally it's called Manchurian Candidate. It's called that because the movie's about how a foreign communist government was working with American politicians to install their own Manchurian Candidate. If you haven't seen the movie, it's about how in 1952, during the Korean War, Soviets capture a US unit and bring them to Manchuria in communist China. Now when the soldiers return to the United States, everyone has a memory that Raymond Shaw was a hero and saved their lives. But these are actually false memories that were implanted by communist China in their MK Ultra-like program. Not only did they implant false memories, they hypnotized Shaw to be a sleeper assassin, where through a trigger, his secret personality would be activated. To me, that's not really the crazy part. The crazy part is that Shaw, the assassin, has a mother named Eleanor who is the driving force behind her husband, Shaw's stepfather, who is a senator. So basically, Eleanor, Shaw's mother, was working with the communists secretly. They were Stalinists who had a plan to take over the White House, and their plan was to receive an assassin from the communists that would then assassinate her husband's political rival, and through this televised assassination, the trauma and shock would put the stepdad senator into power as the president. There's a part in the movie where Marco, another soldier from the platoon, figures out about this Queen of Diamonds trigger and then breaks the programming. But at the end, Shaw's mother prepares to get her son to assassinate their own party's presidential candidate so that her husband running for vice president will become president by default. Interestingly, they were going to give an anti-communist speech that the communists themselves really wrote. The movie ends with Shaw killing his stepfather and mother instead. He was essentially a patsy, but it's more than that. The movie shows the plan to actually present this to the public as a psyop or a cover-up, and there was an underlying political motive behind it influenced by a foreign nation and dealing with internal corruption. Sure, it failed, but still, the context is still there, and it's beyond strange that this movie is so popular in movie history, yet no one really questions whether there's truth behind it. What's so significant about the Manchurian Candidate is that, at the time, the public had no idea these kind of secret intelligence programs even existed. MK Ultra itself began in 1953, but Richard Condon's novel came out in 1959, openly describing things like brainwashing, hypnosis, and sleeper assassins. But that wasn't common knowledge, so either Condon stumbled into uncanny speculation or he had access to ideas that were already circulating quietly in intelligence and military research. But either way, it feels like some form of disclosure. And MK Ultra wasn't the first. Before it, the CIA had Project Bluebird, 1950, and Project Artichoke, 1951. These programs explicitly experimented with hypnosis, drugs, memory implantation, and the creation of involuntary agents. The official record even admits they studied whether a person could be involuntarily made to perform an act of attempted assassination. Think about that. This was written into CIA documents a full decade before the film version of The Manchurian Candidate hit theaters in 1962, and this wasn't revealed to the public until 1975. And I do want to highlight that I'm not mentioning this movie because of the sleeper agent stuff, but more so to discuss the foreign influence and planned crisis, but the remake gets even crazier with that aspect. In the 2004 remake, instead of Cold War communists, the story shifts to the Gulf War in the post 9/11 era. This movie's honestly terrifying. It has this surreal vibe, these weird camera angles, strange audio, dystopian vibe, big actors, and all sorts of coded imagery. Go back and watch it with new eyes, it's pretty insane. It opens in 1991 Kuwait. Soldiers are ambushed, and Raymond Shaw supposedly saves the day. We cut to 2004. Major Bennett Marco, Denzel Washington, is retelling this heroic story. One of his old soldiers, Corporal Melvin, shows up traumatized, clutching a notebook full of schizophrenic drawings, including a strange tattooed woman, and he's insisting that he's been having these very bizarre dreams, and he was wondering if Marco has had them too. And throughout the movie, there's this constant theme where it's obvious that the media is lying to the people. The whole Medal of Honor story that we saw is a completely fabricated event. The newspapers praise Shaw as a war hero and a congressman, but the truth is these memories have been both implanted and their memories have been erased. The characters can't remember what actually happened, and so Shaw's mother, Eleanor, who's basically like this Hillary Clinton type, she pulls the strings in this Democratic convention scene. They never say Democrat, but it's obvious that they're Democrats. Shaw himself makes a sharp point about professionals in politics only serving themselves and that he's an amateur. Interestingly, in this movie, they actually dive into the history of Shaw's elite background. He's from the wealthy Prentice family, Harvard honors, grandson of a legendary industrialist. On TV, Melvin gushes about Shaw being the most selfless man he's ever known, and Marco starts to repeat this line in sync as if it was programmed conditioning. Then comes this insane dream sequence. It gets really creepy here. While Marco nods off during a news segment and the anchor's voice bleeds into his dream, suddenly we're in this red-tinted nightmare. Kuwait again. But wait. We hear the phrase, the revolutionary science of biogenetics. It's chanted as Marco appears in some experiment rig helmet with tubes attached, and there's this woman in a black robe holding a pumpkin repeating the phrase. Her face is covered in tattoos, exactly like Melvin's drawing. These soldiers are hooked to machines, and Melvin appears holding a blood-splattered TV showing himself. We kind of see this ritualistic imagery mixed with biotech experimentation. The soldiers keep repeating the same praise of Shaw, word for word, as they clearly have been programmed. This strange woman is now holding a brain, talking about the complexity of the frontal lobe, clearly showing they are experimenting on the soldiers' minds. They stack the televisions of soldiers staring at a camera, some type of programming I would assume, and Melvin just says, "Help me," as a scientist commands Shaw to kill another soldier, which he does without hesitation, while staring directly at Marco. The women in these visions are never explained again, they kinda just vanish from the story, which is strange, but we'll come back to that later. Now we see Marco at the Capitol, walking with military officers, trying to reach Shaw, who in this version is running for vice president. Eleanor introduces Shaw to wealthy donors from Manchurian Global, a multinational corporation said to have more assets than the EU, and it's clear this group is backing the politicians. When Marco finally sees Shaw again, there's something really weird about it. The audio and camera are extremely disorienting, and Shaw says he needs to talk, but then avoids him to meet with Jocelyn, the daughter of the Republican VP nominee. And it's the same subplot from the original where Eleanor drove her away from him. When Marco and Shaw do finally speak, Shaw's like being weird, he's acting all cold, telling Marco not to touch him, and soon after this, Marco's interrogated by superiors about why he tried to contact him. And they mention this a few times throughout the film, but they say that he has Gulf War syndrome, pushing these meds on him and just brushing off his dreams, while Marco insists that they were hypnotized during the war. His colonel reacts defensively, of course, ordering him to drop it and telling him to never contact Shaw again. But what's weird is that even today, they don't know the cause of Gulf War syndrome, so this movie's basically implying a lot here. But yeah, that's a weird connection. So Shaw, now in a hotel, suddenly gets a phone call where a man says his full name. This whirring sound effect goes off and now he's activated. The lights get brighter. He's led through a hidden door into a lab where a scientist is giving him a checkup. Shaw doesn't even remember him. And here the remake goes further than the original. This isn't just hypnosis or drugs. In this movie, it's biotech implants. A chip in the brain that alters synapses and makes them controllable. Technology far beyond what the public was aware of in 2004. Meanwhile, Marco is getting close to this girl named Eugenie, a woman he met at the grocery store. They go to her place and he finds an implant under his own skin and he cuts it out, but then he drops it in the sink. There's also a lot of news reports in the background of this movie, and there's this one part where it's mentioning Manchurian Global signing defense contracts around the world, showing this corporation's bigger than just the US. Marco goes to an Albanian tech guy who explains that the army once tested implants to ID soldiers like barcodes, which ties into real pushes for ID chips and medical records at the time. The Albanian even questions whether Marco is still dreaming in Kuwait, suggesting none of this is real. Marco confronts Shaw again, telling him about the dreams and the implants, but Shaw just dismisses it, and then Marco bites his shoulder and rips out the implant with his teeth. And Shaw even admits in this scene that he feels like a sock puppet, but Shaw doesn't realize that he just pulled an implant out of his shoulder. So Marco is then arrested and interrogated by the FBI, who again dismiss him with Gulf War syndrome and tell him to get back on his meds. But now he has the implant. He knows he's not crazy. So he brings it to the Albanian, who examines it under a microscope and says this technology isn't supposed to exist. It's beyond anything he knows. He explains it began as Army medical ID chips, then spun into scarier implant projects until the Clinton watchdog shut it down. So they do reference the Clintons in the movie. We find out the Albanian was actually working for Manchurian Global. He admits they're not just a corporation, but an extension of US policy since Nixon. Basically saying cash is king and the government is bought. They then decide to use electroshock therapy on Marco to recover his memories. But instead of clarity, He just wakes up randomly in a park while there's this other news report that's playing in the background talking about a suicide bomber. Marco realizes Eugene has been spying on him and recording their conversations. So he goes to the library to research whatever fragments of memory he still has. And this seems pretty wild because if you pause on the newspapers that he's looking at, you see all this hidden info about Manchurian Global. The movie doesn't really talk about it, you have to pause and kind of read what they're saying. And the articles are showing that they're funding wars for multiple nations, signing defense contracts worldwide, and there are even these detailed write-ups on these biochips. One article describes it, an implantable radio frequency device only 12 millimeters long, the size of a ballpoint pen tip, with a unique verification number. Using an external scanner, the chip gets energized and transmits the number to secure storage. The movie tries to play it off like it's sci-fi, but in reality this is real tech. Another article shows a contract with Saudi Arabia for a missile shield system. And while Marco is digging through all this, we hear recordings of Eugene questioning him about what happened to the other soldiers, and he explains that they all died under natural and bizarre circumstances. Then Marco finds a paper about an implant developed by Manchurian Global to save lives, which leads him to identify the scientist behind it all, Dr. Atticus Noyle. While searching for this guy's name, he uncovers a website accusing scientists of human experimentation on political prisoners, and Atticus is listed as a fugitive geneticist tied to war crimes. The Human Rights Commission had even released a list of suspected secret facilities after finding documents in an abandoned underground lab outside a mountain village in Yugoslavia. So they're connecting the Manchurian element into this and talking about dumps. So Marco finally goes to Senator Thomas Jordan, Jocelyn's father, and lays this all out. The implants, the dreams, the programming, and Jordan actually listens to him and takes him seriously. But instead of teaming up with Marco, he just goes straight to Eleanor, basically saying your son needs to turn himself in, and this is where the mask comes off because Eleanor already knew about it. She's been in on it from the beginning. She's the one working with Manchurian Global. And she lays it out that they fund both parties. They own the Senate. No one dares to go against them. And the plan is for Raymond to become the first completely owned and controlled president of the United States. Not just a politician, but a corporate puppet, a president above the law, installed by a multinational that is essentially acting as a foreign influence inside American politics. Right after this, she calls the hit on Jordan. Shaw murders both Jordan and Jocelyn in his sleeper agent state, and the media instantly rewrites it. Jordan is celebrated on TV as a great American, and the truth is buried. From here, everything pretty much escalates. Eugene is revealed to be the FBI, but apparently they're not really fully aware of this. Marco's trigger is Benet Ezekiel, so it's revealed he's a sleeper agent as well. In this movie, he's the assassin in Patsy instead of Shaw. Also, there's this really weird scene where Eleanor is attracted to her son and they even kiss on the lips. Oh, and also note that a pentagram is the spot or the marker where the assassination is supposed to happen. The movie implies that Marco and Shaw had this inner connection, and because of this, Marco doesn't shoot his target, but kills Eleanor and Raymond Shaw. He then tries to kill himself, but he's saved by Eugene. And remember, he was brainwashed to do all of this. Interestingly, instead of arresting him, the FBI covers this whole thing up, and there's literally a scene where the FBI tampers with the evidence. They edit and release the assassination footage to make it look like a completely different man was the shooter. I'm not even sure if this is AI or what kind of tech this is, but they basically erased Marco from the footage and the media gave the public a manufactured story. The final shots are the Manchurian Global elites gathered in a high-rise. They seem upset, but obviously they're probably still in control. The movie ends with Marco paying a visit to Kuwait. The Medal of Honor story, the heroic rescue, all of it was fake from the start. A programmed narrative. and the American people never find out. The entire political process is shown to be scripted and owned. And in terms of the tattooed women in the movie, so I looked into this and apparently they aren't actually real. They were implanted memories in order to associate this whole mind control process with the Middle East, distracting from the real perpetrators. Now, obviously, this is one of the most well-known movies about government cover-ups and assassinations. But the 2004 remake takes it to a whole new level, moving beyond the MK Ultra style mind control into full-on biotech implants that can literally rewire the brain, alter memory, or even implant new ones. I think the next biggest movie to jump into is JFK 1991 by Oliver Stone. Now the issue is I think this is actually a propaganda film mixed with disclosure, and we can get into that later. But there's a lot of interesting information in this movie that's based on real history. And a lot of people haven't really dove into the full case yet, so if you haven't, you'll love this movie because not only is it really good, there's just an insane amount of info. The story follows Jim Garrison, a real historian.
Hey, yeah, hi, Post. Hi, you wild Aussie woman. Yeah, so, interesting stuff. I love this channel. He hasn't been bringing much out lately. Probably one a month if you're lucky. But, yeah, the old JFK thing, I saw that movie back when it came out and, can't remember much about it, actually. I'll have to rewatch it. Yes. But I remember the Manchurian Candidate very well, and the second one I don't remember as well, but I did see both. But yeah, it's a lot of movies. Even that one, The Dead Zone, that had like a government conspiracy. The guy in control was gonna blow up the fucking world. Martin Sheen. Yeah, so
Historical figure who brought the only legal case challenging the official narrative of the assassination of Kennedy. The movie begins by showing real footage of Kennedy mixed with a dramatized recreation of the assassination in Dallas, Texas, November 22nd, 1963. But this movie actually takes place in New Orleans. The New Orleans District Attorney, Jim Garrison, is our main character, and he finds out that the president has been assassinated. We watch in the beginning as the public is made aware of his event. And keep in mind, the public did not see the footage until much later. The news announces the president is dead, and a bunch of witnesses are telling the details of the event, and it's interesting because they detail how multiple shots came from different locations. While this is going on, a man at the bar calls him a BS president, that nobody's crying for the thousands of Cubans that he condemned to death and torture at Bay of Pigs. He's talking about the failed CIA-backed invasion of Cuba by Cuban exiles in April 1961, intended to overthrow Fidel Castro's communist government. The invasion involved around 1,400 CIA-trained Cuban exiles, of which over 100 were killed and many more captured. Kennedy approved this plan, yet refused to give proper air support, which led to the failure supposedly. Now very quickly, it seems within the hour, they have a suspect that killed an officer, J.D. Tippit, and they find the guy in a movie theater, Lee Harvey Oswald. Literally the second the news announces this subject, the whole crowd in the bar starts screaming, "Shoot the man!" and "Give him the Medal of Honor for taking out Kennedy." Oswald denies charges, saying he didn't do it. They took him in because he lived in the Soviet Union, and he says the famous line, "I'm just a patsy." There's another interesting line in this movie where one of the reporters asks Oswald, "What happened to your eye?" Meaning he has a black eye, and he says a policeman hit him. But what's crazy is this actually is true, and he did have a swollen eye. So immediately, without trial, the news start painting him as a communist and pro-Castro supporter. which is true he was involved in those things, but it just seems far too convenient. And they start explaining on how Oswald got into a fight in New Orleans. Garrison's watching the news, and as soon as he hears this, he says, okay, we need to get on the Oswald New Orleans connection right away, since he's the DA there. And he tells an associate to look up his connections and records. Then the movie shows a real clip of Henry Wade on the TV, and he says that without a reasonable doubt, Oswald is the killer, and to a moral certainty. How do you know? There hasn't even been a trial yet. And by the way, Henry Wade was the attorney for Roe versus Wade. Just interesting that he's involved in this.
Yes.
Now the next scene is the news presenting the rifle that was used and the backyard photos of Oswald. His wife also defends him, calling him a good man and husband. So the entire DA office in New Orleans is trying to look into Oswald, and they find out that there's this David Ferry guy who seems suspicious, and he's rumored to be a homosexual. As they're looking into this, the news shows Oswald getting murdered by Jack Ruby, whose real name was Jacob Leon Rubenstein. Interestingly, did you know that this was the first murder broadcasted live on American television? One of the characters says, 70 cops there, what were they doing? And that's a good point. How does someone just walk up and do that? He says, looks like somebody just saved the Dallas DA a pile.
What, Jack Ruby's name was Rubenstein? I never knew that. I thought he was some Italian gangster. Wow, so that's quite interesting. It was, yeah, Oswald shot by a Jew. Go figure.
Of work. Garrison says he still wants to investigate David Ferry, but he's starting to get very suspicious of everything that's unfolding. Which, think about it. The timeline of events are November 22nd, President is assassinated, and Oswald's captured the very same day. November 23rd, backyard photos found and weapons found. They're already positive it's him, and leading the public to believe that this is the case. November 24th, he's killed by Jack Ruby.
Oh, in them days, everyone sort of, had guns and, quite often have a photo of them holding their gun, the first gun or whatever. Nothing strange about that.
While Oswald was being transferred to the county jail via the...
Yeah, he was used as a patsy. He was, working for the government, but didn't know they were going to throw him under the bus like that.
Police department basement, and somehow Jack got in there through security. Keep in mind that the backyard photos weren't published until 1964, which makes no sense. Why would you wait a year? Or maybe it does, as you'll see. That whole timeline's very fast-paced.
I mean, one of the last words you hear him say is, I did not shoot anybody.
And so the movie kind of lays that all out in the first 30 minutes. And now we follow Garrison as he begins to start making connections. So they bring in David Ferry. And again, all these people are real people. And it's interesting how they even nailed the hair and eyebrows.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
David had a rare disease where he lost a lot of hair, so he wore a wig and glued on fake eyebrows.
Remember they picked the right actors for the part, Wasn't Joe Pesci in it too? Who played J. Edgar?
They interrogate David and ask him if he knew Oswald. He denies it, even though they bring up how he served under his Civil Air Patrol,
There he is.
but David just says he doesn't remember. David sticks to the story, and Garrison says, oh, well, we must have mistaken information. However, there is one thing. Why did you take a trip to Texas shortly after the assassination?
Yeah, there's Joe Pesci.
David starts to get nervous, saying, well, he went to Houston to go ice skating. But Garrison says, why would you go ice skating in Texas during one of the worst thunderstorms in recent memory? Basically, Garrison starts to find plot holes in his story, and that David's actually lying to him. He catches him lying because David...
Ice skating in Texas? I didn't think they had ice. And I didn't think they had much snow. I don't know. I'm Australian, but hey, I like skating in Texas. Huh.
David didn't know that Garrison had interviewed his friends that he went on a trip with before interviewing him, and their stories didn't match at all. Garrison doesn't believe him, so he gets the FBI to detain him for further investigation. However, next scene, the FBI immediately gives an announcement saying they released David Ferry because the Bureau found no evidence that Ferry knew Oswald or has had any connection with the assassination. Then the FBI puts the blame on Garrison, saying they never brought him in, that it was the DA in New Orleans. And one of the characters in the office says, "Hey, I thought we were on the same side." That's pretty fast the way they let him go. At first, Garrison says, "I guess they know something we don't. Let's just get on with our lives." And so, then the movie talks about the Warren Commission headed by Chief Justice Earl Warren. On the panel,
I remember I was fascinated by the film because I'd just been looking into the JFK assassination. It's like 2 or 3 years before that. We were watching the old footage, and my mate who was into conspiracy theories too, he was saying it was the driver, and there were, the driver, the bodyguard, in the car next to the driver, and there's only Jackie and John in the back, and now there's 6 people in the car, and I remember years later, that Mandela effect, I asked him, how many people were in JFK's car when he got shot? He goes, oh, that's just 4. Yeah, well, apparently it's 6 now. He didn't know what to say. Oh, I must have remembered it wrong. Yeah, right.
panel are Alan Dulles, ex-CIA chief, Gerald Ford, banker John McCloy, and several others. So 3 years pass by now, and the movie picks up. Garrison's on a plane talking to a senator about how things have gone downhill since Kennedy died. And the senator says, "Those Warren Commission fellows were full of it." He says, "Nobody's going to tell me that kid did that shot like he did at the bookshop." Garrison says, "I thought the FBI tested to see if it could be done." And the senator says, "Yeah, they brought 3 experts in and not one could do it. They're trying to tell us that Oswald took 3 shots with world-class precision from a manual bolt-action rifle in less than 6 seconds." Interestingly, it kind of shows a reenactment to show how unrealistic this is. The first shot would have had to been the most accurate, yet the final shot was the headshot, supposedly. And the speed in which you would have to reload would allow for 0 aiming time. And keep in mind, he's hitting a moving target. He then says, "And they got that zigzagging bullet." That's the crazy part that we'll break down later. But the senator's basically planting a seed for Garrison. He doesn't believe the Warren report at all.
Charlie Kirk
Oswald was just a decoy, just a patsy. So Garrison starts studying the Warren report in detail. His wife's trying to have dinner, but Jim's like, "Honey, did you know that Oswald was interrogated for 12 hours after the assassination with no lawyer present and none of it was recorded?" And this is actually true.
Martin Bryant.
He calls it one of the sloppiest investigations he's ever seen. And this is the assassination of the president. Dozens and dozens of witnesses said that they heard shots from the grassy knoll area in front of Kennedy and not the book depository behind him. The next scene is Garrison staying up all night reading the Warren report, and there's a part where they're talking about these transients that were found on a train nearby after the assassination. They were tramps and hobos, but this is a major clue. Another witness describes suspicious activity he observed in Dealey Plaza before the JFK assassination, including 3 cars circling the parking lot between noon and the shooting, one driven by a man using what appeared to be a radio, and a muddy white Chevrolet Impala entering minutes before the shots. He saw 2 men behind a picket fence near the grassy knoll, one middle-aged and heavyset, the other younger, and 2 uniformed men in the parking lot, noting a flash of lighter smoke during the shooting, obviously suggesting that something unusual is going on in that area. Garrison wakes up sweating and he says he can't believe it. He starts to think Oswald was actually a part of intelligence because he was given a Russian language exam training in Russia as a Marine radar operator, implying his defection to the Soviet Union was deliberate and not accidental. Garrison and his crew then go to Guy Bannister's office, an ex-FBI agent who became a private investigator in New Orleans. He was the head of the Anti-Communist League of the Caribbean. However, his office or building has actually two addresses since it's on a corner with two entrances. But both entrances go to the same office. But Garrison points out something interesting. Oswald used this exact same office. How do we know that? Because this address was on the pro-Castro communist leaflets that he was handing out on the summer of '63 on Canal Street. So why would a pro-communist and anti-communist be using the same office building? And these are the exact leaflets they found in his garage in Dallas. So Oswald got arrested for getting in a fight with anti-Castro Cubans here, which is strange because a few days earlier, he had contacted them as an ex-Marine trying to join their anti-Castro crusade, and when they found out he was actually pro-Castro, they came and paid him a visit. So he was both for and against Castro?
Hey, Joe!
There was actually no real fight, and a later lieutenant said that it felt like a staged event. And this makes sense, because
You know, Joe, just government assassinations and conspiracy in movies, you know. I like this stuff. And this is a great channel. I've been watching it for a few years now. Crows are calling out. I don't know what they want. I never feed them. What? They've been talking to me quite a bit lately. Even in town yesterday. How's your day, Joe? Yeah, no, yeah, listen to this. It's pretty good. You remember that JFK movie, and he just covered the Manchurian Candidate. I'm not sure what other movies it should cover. I'm guessing Enemy at the Gate. Wag the Dog. You'd have to put that in.
Shortly after Oswald was arrested, this gets a lot of publicity, and as a result, he goes on a local TV show called WDSU for a debate on if he's a communist, where supposedly he said, no, I'm a Marxist-Leninist. And keep in mind, this is the summer of 1963, so this is a few months before the assassination of JFK. And like I said earlier, this is all true. Guy Bannister was ex-FBI. He was also a Freemason and Shriner too, by the way. But yeah, Oswald showed up on a television show to debate whether he was really communist or not in the summer of '63. Like, what? So here we are in the August of '63. Oswald's this random 23-year-old nobody who suddenly is the face of a pro-Castro group getting hauled in for a scuffle that feels scripted. And boom, he's on TV and radio that same week, flat out telling the world, yeah, I'm a Marxist. And then they grill him about communism.
This sort of thing before.
3 months later, he's fingering the trigger on the president. If that's all some unhinged lone wolf's fever dream...
Like David Hogg, the voice for, the Parkland thing, take away the guns are terrible. Yeah, he was on the news like twice before all that went down. I mean, he's not, and he wasn't a shooter, but his dad's an FBI agent. I mean, yeah, lo and behold, and he also is an actor because he was making his own uni student films and sending GoPro cameras up and showing how flat the earth was without even realising it. Yeah, but it's like these other guys, these other supposed shooters, that look like clowns and they never say anything. And, that Robinson, Tyler, hadn't said a word. Just sat there saying nothing, like hypnotised.
Like, why is he getting any airtime? The publicity from that arrest and the interviews painted him as this radical poster boy right before
Woody,
Dallas, almost like someone wanted eyes on him.
what's that, Joe? Don't forget Woody Harrelson's dad. I don't remember Woody Harrison's dad. I know Woody Harrison in all them movies. Woody Harrison. Harrelson. Oh, right. Woody Harrelson's dad. Don't know. I know Woody Guthrie and Woody Woodpecker and I'm not sure. Anyway, on the show, yeah, look at poor old Oswald, just the government used him and they thought, hey, he'll be the 31, we've got him infiltrating the Castro thing and going over to Russia. Now we'll make out he's the guy who shot JFK.
Garrison says, why was Oswald getting Russian language training when he was just a Marine? And one of Garrison's guys says, sounds like he was in intelligence. And Garrison says, yeah, you were in the Marines, so who should be running that? He says the Office of Naval Intelligence, where now Garrison, walking down the street from Bannister's office, points at the post office and says, in the summer of 1963, the Office of Naval Intelligence had an office upstairs. And just by coincidence, of course, Bannister, before the FBI, was also a part of the Office of Naval Intelligence. He says, what's that saying? Once ONI, always ONI? Garrison's guys try to dismiss it, but Jim says, look at where we're standing. We're in the heart of the US government's intelligence community in New Orleans. He points to the FBI building, then he points to the CIA building, that's Secret Service, and that's ONI. Literally all in one little area in New Orleans, right by Bannister's and Oswald's office. He says, doesn't this seem like a strange place for a communist to spend his time? They start interrogating one of Bannister's friends who was shown earlier in the movie getting hit by Bannister when he applies that he's seen a lot, so Bannister gets scared that he knows too much and hits him. And what I found weird is there is a close-up of this guy's shirt and there's spirals all over it.
Oh, wow. That's
and then there's a shot where Garrison says, why did Guy beat you, Jack? And he covers one eye, and the camera then zooms into one eye while the coffee spirals. So the spirals were not by accident at all. And it feels out of place. I mean, keep in mind, this guy was connected to Bannister. At this point, Guy Bannister died from a heart attack, so just before the Warren report came out.
Capture.
Well, Garrison finds out that David Ferry, the man from earlier who they suspected of knowing Oswald, actually worked at this office with Guy Bannister. He practically lived there. But this is the crazy part. The office where Guy Bannister and David Ferry and Oswald worked at was a part of Operation Mongoose, which was a secret covert CIA and Department of Defense program orchestrated by President John F. Kennedy to overthrow Castro. Okay, but think about the implications of all this, because this is a real project that literally dealt with the training of anti-Castro Cubans and planning a PSYOP assassination on Castro. Meaning, yes, it failed, but if it would have succeeded, the US likely wouldn't have admitted it. They would have spun a cover story blaming anti-Castro exiles to hide CIA involvement. That's a big deal because it means the CIA was already involved in projects like this, and this was proven with the Church Committee of 1975. They even had earlier projects too, like Operation Gladiator.
That guy who was recruited mob boss Sam Garciana. Giancana. Anyway, he looks like Kevin Costner. Kevin Costner should have played his part instead. Anyway.
Wouldn't have admitted it. They would have spun a cover story blaming anti-Castro exiles to hide CIA involvement. That's a big deal because it means the CIA was already involved in projects like this, and this was proven with the Church Committee of 1975. They even had earlier projects too, like Operation Gladio.
Right, Joe.
But yeah, so Bannister's office was a part of this supply line for Operation Mongoose. Garrison says, wait, they were doing all of this under the intelligence community in Lafayette Square? Jack says, yeah, they all knew. They were all working together. They all worked for the CIA. Jack says Oswald would meet with Bannister and was there too, and implies Oswald did know David Ferry. Then they introduce another character, someone who's apparently above Bannister, someone with a lot of money. This is Clay Bertrand, played by Tommy Lee Jones, who's also a secret agent in Men in Black.
Oh, God, is Tommy Lee Jones ever going to retire?
Jack was trying to pretend that he forgot his name. But Garrison says, is it Clay Bertrand? He was in the Warren Report. He's the one who got Oswald.
How old would Tommy Lee Jones be? He must be 80-something. Wouldn't you feel like, at his age, wouldn't you go, oh, God, I don't want to go to work and do acting today. Fuck that. What is it with these actors who act till they fucking die? They'll die a week after they finish a film. I don't know.
What a lawyer. Jack starts to get really scared and starts to walk away, telling Garrison that he's incredibly naive.
Oh, what's that actor? Oh, I forgot.
Okay, so Garrison goes to meet up with this Dean Andrews, an old lawyer buddy, because he was in the Warren Report, where he says the day after the assassination, a man named Clay Bertrand called him to represent Oswald in Dallas, Texas. Why would they want a New Orleans lawyer for? He told the Warren Report contradicting information on how tall Clay was, and then said that he never met him. Apparently, Clay Bertrand called that summer and asked Dean to help Oswald upgrade his Marine discharge. Dean says there's no conspiracy. If there was, then why didn't Bobby Kennedy prosecute as Attorney General? He was his brother. How would so many people keep a secret? Garrison knows he's lying about knowing who Clay Bertrand is, and so he threatens him with taking him to court and charging him for perjury. Dean gets nervous and says, look, if I give you the name of the big enchilada, they will kill me. You're a mouse fighting a gorilla. No, that part of the movie is probably dramatized, but the backstory here is true.
Yeah, but a mouse can get away
mention
from
Clay
a
Bertrand in
gorilla.
the Warren Report, describing Bertrand as a swinging cat, who occasionally guaranteed fees for some of Andrews' homosexual clients. But the weird part is that 2 weeks after the assassination, Andrews, after being investigated by the FBI, switched up and said that Bertrand was just a figment of his imagination. Interestingly, in the actual trial in real life, he was charged and convicted of 3 counts of perjury for lying to a grand jury. And since we're talking about lying, interestingly, there was a photo that was released far after the trial, proving that Ferry and Oswald did know each other. Next, they go meet up with a Willie O'Keefe, who isn't based on a real person, but seems to be a composite of several witnesses involved in the real trial. So this guy, played by Kevin Bacon, says he was a prostitute for Clay Bertrand, and that David Ferry introduced them.
Oh, except John Candy.
He goes there for a party where they're supposedly planning to kill Kennedy after he ended Operation Mongoose. They also explain how Lee Harvey Oswald was called Leo and Leon, which is strange since that was Jack Ruby's middle name. In the next scene, they're at a restaurant and discussing these hobos that were arrested shortly after the assassination. Now this is one of the major clues, and this is probably going to blow your mind if you don't know about it. So these men were taken into custody, interrogated, and released, but there's no record of them being questioned. These photos were taken near the Dallas Book Depository building, and the photos were used in the real trial. Now they say they found these guys hiding in a railroad car behind the grassy knoll, and that they were hobos or tramps. But do they look like hobos to you?
Grassy knoll.
The movie doesn't show the real photos, so here are the real photos. They do look young and well dressed for hobos. But the crazy part is that a decade after the trial, the tramps were identified, and believed to be the suspects involved with Watergate, the burglars E. Howard Hunt and Frank Sturgis, and the third tramp was Dan Carswell, a CIA agent. They don't say this in the movie, but I thought that was crazy, and of course, the Rockefeller Commission came out on behalf of the CIA and denied these allegations. Now, I might be getting ahead of myself, but according to Mark Lane, who we'll talk about later, Sturgis, one of the tramps, became involved with a Marita Lorenz in 1985. This was a German woman who had an affair with Fidel Castro and was involved in a CIA assassination attempt on Castro. And in the 70s and 80s, she testified about the JFK assassination, saying she was involved with a group of anti-Cuban militants, including Frank Sturgis and E. Howard Hunt of CIA and Watergate shortly before the assassination. Basically, in 1985, she testified that the Watergate burglar, Sturgis, was a gunman in the assassination of JFK in 1963, almost 20 years after the Garrison trial. They don't explain that in the movie, but they do emphasize the strangeness of these photos. Garrison then says we need to find more witnesses. And this is another crazy thing. So one of the guys says, well, there's a Rose Cheramay. She was a dope runner for Jack Ruby, and she said that Ruby knew Oswald for years. Garrison says, okay, well, let's talk to her. She's dead too. Now, I find it insane that they even included this because they really didn't elaborate at all. They just hinted that Ruby already knew Oswald and that they were acquainted. However, what the movie doesn't mention is this.
Never knew that either.
Rose was found unconscious by the side of the road at Eunice, Louisiana on the 20th of November, 1963. So that's 2 days before Kennedy was to be assassinated. A policeman took her to the state hospital where she was questioned. She told the police that she had been thrown out of the car by gangsters that worked for Jack Ruby. She claimed that these men were involved in a plot to kill JFK. She literally said it was going to happen in Dallas in a few days. She told the same story to the doctors, but because she was apparently under the influence of drugs, everyone ignored her. Following the assassination, Cheramay was interviewed by the police. She claimed that Lee Harvey Oswald had visited Ruby's nightclub. In fact, she believed the two men were having a homosexual relationship. Upon arrival in Houston, she repeated this claim to Captain Morgan, but refused to talk to federal authorities, saying she didn't want to get involved in this mess. According to Lieutenant Fruge, the information Rose Cheramay supplied about the narcotics ring was true and good information. Rose Cheramay was found dead on the 4th of September, 1965. At first, it appeared that she had been involved in a road accident.
Shit.
Later, it was argued that she had been shot in the head before being run over by a car in order to disguise the original wound. So yeah, apparently this woman has the ability to predict the future. And with how well researched this movie is, it would seem they deliberately left that out. This is actually a big scene. There's another clue in this restaurant meeting that they're having. And as they're discussing the history of Oswald and all the weird stuff about him,
Well, I guess you could only put so much in a film, like as it was a, like information overload. I remember that. Yeah, but wow. What other films have we got coming up? Oh, okay.
there were a few very fast shots that are not really explained at all. It shows a cutout of Oswald along with a picture of Oswald's head. And we're going to talk about it in a second. But I noticed that on my second watch. This is actually a little clue that we're going to discuss in another movie too. But I just wanted to point it out because they're referencing something here, but it's kind of in the background while they're discussing something else entirely. They also bring up a pretty good point. Why would Oswald use a rifle that was traceable to his name? It makes no sense when you can walk into any Dallas gun shop and just give them a fake name. In the next scene, Garrison interviews some more witnesses, and one witness in particular talks about how Oswald and David Ferry were at this carousel club, which is Jack Ruby's nightclub. In the movie, there's this reenactment, and Oswald and Jack were friends apparently. Then they show the scene of Jack Ruby wanting to tell the truth and warning that a whole new form of government is about to take over. Okay, so they start talking about the Zapruder film, and it proves that 3 shots were taken in 5.6 seconds. The Zapruder film is the famous film that we all know of JFK's assassination. Apparently, this is the only clear footage of the event. It was taken by Abraham Zapruder. And this whole thing has a weird backstory. So literally, the next day after the assassination, the film was bought for $150K or $1.5 million today by Life magazine. Interesting that Life wanted it. The weird part is that CBS had to describe what the footage looked like on national television after seeing it. However, the film wasn't really revealed to the American public nationally until almost 10 years later, where, when it finally was released, people noted that it did not match the description by CBS. They did release frames, but the footage itself was not seen until far later after the assassination, which is beyond bizarre. In fact, we can probably thank Garrison, as he had to subpoena the film for the case in 1967, or it was first shown to a public audience. So the movie plays out the triangulation theory. And again, we see how difficult it would be for a lone gunman to take 3 shots in less than 6 seconds with a bolt-action rifle. Now, another interesting part comes up talking about Oswald in Dallas before the assassination, and how he was seen at a shooting range. He went to a gun shop to get a scope, and he went to a car shop to buy a car even though he doesn't drive. And the movie shows a different actor, implying that they set him up with a fake Oswald to go do this stuff, clearly trying to draw attention to himself. And so he's going to these places and just saying dumb stuff like he went to a rifle range, shot someone else's target, and said, "Oh, I thought that was Kennedy." Then they tell this whole story with some anti-Castro Cuban guy and Oswald wanting to kill Kennedy, and they tell this to this lady named Sylvia. The issue is, the Warren Commission says Sylvia has bad eyesight because Oswald was supposed to be in Mexico during this time, and the CIA released this photo of Oswald here. Interestingly, in the movie, they actually used a real-life photo. So apparently, this is real. The CIA actually released these photos and said Oswald was in Mexico trying to get back into Cuba. And I mean, come on. I think we can all agree this guy looks absolutely nothing like Oswald. The movie says the Warren Report was trying really hard to paint him as a communist. Alright, but this is when they elaborate on that clue from earlier. They actually explain that the backyard photos of Oswald are fakes. Apparently, Oswald told an Officer Fritz that those photos are not him, and that somebody superimposed his face on the photos. And as you guys know, I love looking into old photo manipulation, so I do have a good eye for it. But if you type in backyard Oswald photos, you'll see that it's actually a little hard to tell whether they're real or not. It's well done if so, but most argue that the different photos have variations in shadows, that the pose looks weird and unnatural, his face proportions change, and those are just some of the arguments. And even today, you have all these people trying to debunk this conspiracy, recreating it in 3D, arguing it would have been impossible to recreate shadows accurately without 3D software. I mean, the denial is pretty ridiculous because, think about it. We just discussed the other Oswald in Mexico, so they're willing to lie about photos. I mean, we can agree that's not Oswald. I'm not saying the photo's photo manipulated. I'm saying they lied about that photo. Okay. So in my opinion, these photos are clearly faked. The proof is the Life magazine cover, which is why they show it in the movie. If you look at the backyard photos alone, it's too hard to tell. But in the Life magazine cover from 1964, you have to find the actual magazine. is blatantly clear. Look, zoom in right here. You see this edge? That's simply too sharp of an edge. That edge right there proves this is a cutout. Watch, now that I pointed it out, I'm going to zoom in and out. You see it? They do this through a photo montage, and then they reshoot the photo so that there's film grain on top, and that's actually what they were showing in the movie earlier. But like I said, zoom into that edge, that proves he's composited on top of that background. For whatever reason, you can only clearly see it in the Life magazine version. They most likely re-edited them multiple times. I'm just going to add that if it were proven that these photos were faked, just think of the implications from a historical standpoint. As I've discussed this type of old Photoshop in several other videos. And just in case you want another clue, because I see this in a lot of old photo montages, is you need to look for differences in resolution. Again, zoom in and out, and you can see his face is of a far greater resolution than the shirt in the background, and exposure alone cannot compensate for that. Not just resolution, but also grading and black levels. Notice how dark the shadows are under his chin and nose compared to other shadows on his shirt and in the background. Different black levels often hint towards photo manipulation. The film even talks about how Oswald was experienced in photographic work and he knew it was faked. Then, the woman discussing this talks about how she brought it to photo experts and they told her that the shadows don't match up. And they also note that something weird with the chin is going on and how the head was superimposed. Notice how the jawline isn't very clear. In the movie, they don't actually use the real life cover, so it's a bit more obvious in the movie, but yeah, we'll come back to this as it comes up again in another movie. This is when they figure out who Clay Bertrand is. It's Clay Shaw, which is what the movie's about, the trial of Clay Shaw. In real life, he was a wealthy businessman in New Orleans and a military officer. They bring in Shaw, which I find weird, right? Like Raymond Shaw, Clay Shaw. Maybe it's nothing, but they start asking him questions, and there's this scene where they're all dressed up, and something's really off about this scene. I think this is the weirdest scene of the movie. But yeah, this is kind of connected with secret society stuff.
Yeah, real eyes wide shut.
Garrison asks Shaw if he has any connection to the CIA. She avoids the question and leaves. Well, after this, the investigation goes public. And this is interesting because they haven't really done anything wrong yet, but now the newspapers and media start this entire smearing campaign on Garrison. Obviously, they're getting close to the truth if the media is coming for them like that instead of supporting a deeper investigation. David Ferry's freaking out now because he's the prime suspect. But what's crazy is this is where they explain that earlier scene that I was talking about that was super weird. So that whole thing was actually some type of gay blackmail, and they were filming it, and David says that Shaw has blackmail on him. David is scared because he knows they're going to come for him, so he admits to Garrison that he did know Oswald. So Garrison asks, "Did you work for the CIA?" And David's like, "What do you mean? You can never leave. Once you work for them, they have you for life." He says Clay Shaw is untouchable. Highest clearance. Shaw, Oswald, the Cubans, all agency. What about Jack Ruby? Well, he was a pimp, a bagman for the Dallas mob. He would run guns to Castro.
Joe Pesci will never play a better part as he did in Goodfellas. Or it's like sometimes an actor will play the ultimate part and they can never do as good in any other film. I mean, he was still good in a lot of stuff after that, but it's never that fucking full on. Oh god, Tommy, what a amazing character in good. I mean, I loved Goodfellas because of the characters' development side of it.
When he was working for them. Then he reveals another clue, where Dave talks about how the Mafia and CIA are working together trying to knock out Castro. Then Operation Mongoose is mentioned again. He says, government stuff. But who pulls whose chain? Nobody knows. Next day, they find out that the entire DA office is bugged, and that David Ferry is dead. Now this is actually what happened. About a week after the New Orleans newspaper broke the story of Garrison's investigation, Ferry was found dead in his apartment with 2 unsigned, undated typed letters. This is one of the craziest parts because think about it. If it really was just a lone assassin, then why did they bug Garrison's office, discredit him in the media, and attempt to disrupt his investigation? And there's another scene where one of the investigators under Jim is approached by an FBI agent. So apparently he's a rat working with intelligence in some way, so it's implied that the FBI bugged his office. But now we get
The thing about scary, hey, they can just knock you anytime. Make it look like a suicide, an unalive. Like Virginia Gaffrey, I mean, I knew, that they took her out. I mean, the Epstein files were going to be released, for fuck's sake, at that same time. And no one blinks, I mean, there's been nothing about, oh, maybe she got knocked. I'm the only one who's saying that. Oh, it was such a tragedy she killed herself. It just got too much. And just fucked.
to the best part of the movie. Or, this is probably the most juice. Garrison goes to Washington, D.C. to meet up with a Mr. X. This guy basically tells Jim the secret. This man was a part of black operations, black ops, assassinations, coup d'etat, rigging elections, propaganda, psychological warfare, and he talks about all the different regimes and countries they overthrew to change who was in power. He worked for the Pentagon and was sent to the South Pole or New Zealand by his superior named Y. This part's crazy because it talks about a mistake that was made in the media. Oswald was charged 7 p.m. Dallas time with Tippett's murder. That's 2 p.m. the next day in New Zealand. But already, their papers had the entire history of this unknown 24-year-old Oswald. Studio, picture, detailed biography, Russian information, had already come to the conclusion that Oswald killed the president alone. This is before an investigation had even begun. So because this man was in New Zealand, he spotted this inconsistency and knew this had to all be prepared and planned. This is because it took them 4 more hours in Dallas before they even charged him with that crime. He literally says this was a cover story that was put out, just like they did with their black operations.
They'll probably deciding, let's see, will we make Oswald, the next rock star to, in a couple of years when the old revolution happens, the part of the Laurel Canyon thing, or will we have him as an assassin? Yeah, they probably think, have these people and they go, now what part can we get them to play? Like Jim Morrison, and they're all them ones. Charles Manson.
Now, the New Zealand thing, I don't know how true that is, but apparently this Mr. X is based on a L. Fletcher Prouty. And this is an insane connection. This man served as Chief of Special Operations for the Joint Chiefs of Staff under JFK, and he became a critic of U.S. foreign policy, particularly the covert activities of the CIA, which he believed was working on behalf of a secret world elite. And Fletcher actually helped work on the film as a technical advisor. There's another interesting thing about this guy that's worth looking into, but yeah. Then he starts talking about security in Dallas and how it purposely was commanded to stand down.
Sutherland doesn't look like him.
Which makes no sense with how dangerous Dallas was at the time. And he's saying how they would have actually placed 100 to 200 agents on the sidewalk as Kennedy was driving by, and that actually a month before the assassination, the UN ambassador Ed Stevenson was spit on and hit. And there was another assassination attempt in France, too. So why was security told to stand down on that day? And that actually, a month before the assassination is based on a L. Fletcher Prouty. And this is an insane connection. There's another interesting thing about this guy that's worth looking into, but yeah. Then he starts talking about security in Dallas and how it purposely was commanded to stand down, which makes no sense with how dangerous Dallas was at the time. And he's saying how they would have actually placed 100 to 200 agents on the side.
Oh, 6 people in the car. Hang on. Yeah, I remember when I saw this. So they even changed the movie. What the fuck? Yeah. 6 now. Oh, sorry, that just spun me out because this is the Prada footage, isn't it? I watched the Prada footage 2 years before this, and there was only 4 people in the car. Well, when was this movie out? 93, was it? Anyway. Yeah, it'd have to be around 93 because it was about 1990 when I was looking at all this conspiracy stuff on VHS as videos sent overseas.
Walk as Kennedy was driving by, and that actually, a month before the assassination, the UN ambassador Ed Stevenson was spit on and hit. And there was another assassination attempt in France, too. So why was security told to stand down on that day? This part's crazy because what he's saying is actually true. There's no way they wouldn't have counter snipers and be watching every single window from every building. And this guy X seems to have been left out of the loop because he was a part of these black operations. And so he's saying that Colonel Wright told security to stand down and that another unit would be coming.
We got a new X up and coming, Elon's son.
For security, but they never showed up. He says that those of us in secret ops from the beginning knew that the Warren Commission was fake. And he says, why was Alan Dulles investigating the death of Kennedy who fired him? Kennedy was dangerous to the establishment. Who benefits? The famous Roman saying, why was Kennedy killed? Who benefited? And who has the power to cover it up? He starts talking about the Bay of Pigs, and how Kennedy was trying to take power away from the CIA, and he was going to use the military to do so. He essentially wanted to end the CIA, or splinter it into 1,000 pieces, as he said. He fired Alan Dulles, Richard Bissell, and General Charles Cabell. This is all based on real history. This really happened. Kennedy turned on the CIA. He calls these guys sacred.
That doesn't look like he covers Wag the dog, but
cows in intel since World War II. They were untouchables. Then he talks about Operation Mongoose and how it was black ops. That there was a secret CIA base at Miami University, the largest domestic CIA station, and it was budgeted annually for hundreds of millions of dollars. 300 agents and 7,000 Cubans. They created these fake business fronts to launder money. So yeah, this whole thing was illegal. Next, he basically explains the powers behind war and that they were going to lose profits because of Kennedy. They couldn't allow this. He calls them defense contractors and oil bankers. After the assassination, Lyndon Johnson signs National Security Memo 273, which reverses Kennedy's withdrawal policy and gives a green light to covert action against North Vietnam, which provoked the Gulf of Tonkin incident. So this power group got Lyndon elected, and that he gave them the war they wanted so that they could make billions. They killed him because he wanted to change things. Okay, so now they arrest Clay Shaw, and this hits the press. It then becomes Mr. Garrison versus the findings of the FBI and the Warren Report. The FBI doubles down on their conclusions, But Jim points out all the problems, showing how amateur the FBI was in their investigation, that Clay Shaw wasn't even mentioned in the Warren report at all. They simply used his alias of Clay Bertrand. But they stick to their story and they say that they're positive Oswald was a lone killer. They really don't want this case to happen because next, the media smears Garrison again, saying he's connected to the mob, drugging people, making things up. It's insane because whoever they is obviously own the media and the news, and even his wife is starting to believe this propaganda. They're saying Garrison's taking advantage of the situation for his own benefit to spread fear and exploit the nation's sorrow and doubt. Then, MLK is assassinated, with a very similar story, but this time it's an automatic rifle fitted with a marksman scope. And now someone at Jim's home is attempting to kidnap his daughter? The next day, they're in the DA office going over more connections when they bring up this telex from 1963. Now, this is crazy. I don't know if a lot of people know about this, but 5 days before the assassination, there was a telex message sent from FBI's Miami office to Washington that reported the Cuban exile groups were plotting to kill JFK. Supposedly, they instructed officers to be on high alert, yet they ignored it anyway. But what's so crazy about this is this wasn't even mentioned in the Warren report, and the telex disappears from every FBI office.
Wow.
Then Jim Garrison goes on television, the Jerry Johnson Show, where they're trying to trap him and dismiss him. But Jim's really good, so he starts trying to show some evidence with the tramp photos. But the director makes a gesture to the host to get him to stop, and he makes an excuse that, oh, you can't show these photos because of libel laws. And so Garrison's like, all right, okay, well, I'll just explain it to you. In mid-explanation, the director gestures to cut him off again and go to break, so that he doesn't even get a chance to share his case with the American people. We talked about the 3 tramps photos earlier. It's a good piece of evidence in the case. There were no mugshots, the men just vanish, and they look too clean-cut to be homeless men. Later, there's a scene where they attempt to kill Jim Garrison, but he gets away and makes it back home. Once he returns home, he sees Robert Kennedy running for president, and he says, if he wins, they'll kill him. Boom. Not long after, we see the breaking news. Senator Kennedy was shot. He was too anti-war and shot again by a lone gunman, Sirhan, a Palestinian immigrant. There's conspiracies about that too, but isn't it crazy that both brothers were assassinated within 5 years? A lot of people don't know that both brothers were assassinated. It's kind of a side note. Okay, now we get to the trial part, which, like I was saying, is where the Zapruder film was first really shown to a public audience, even if it was limited. In the movie, they actually show the film. It wasn't until 1975, 12 years later, that the wider public saw the film on ABC's Goodnight America. That alone is insane to me. They literally suppressed the footage. So Garrison starts to make his case, and it's a good explanation. The Warren report says that there are 3 bullets shot. Here's what we know from that. We know that 1 bullet left a superficial wound on a bystander's cheek. We know that 1 bullet did the final headshot, right? Obviously. So that leaves 1 bullet. The issue is this 1 bullet has to account for 7 different wounds for both Kennedy and the man in the passenger seat of the car, Conley. Instead of admitting conspiracy or further investigation, the Warren Commission actually endorsed a theory called the magic bullet theory. And this is literally a real thing if you didn't know. The magic bullet theory says that the bullet enters the president's back, headed downward at a 17-degree angle. It then moves upwards to leave Kennedy's body from the front of his neck. The bullet then waits 1.6 seconds, presumably in midair, where it then turns right, then left, then right, then left again, then hits Conley in his right armpit, and then heads downward, shattering his rib and exiting to the right of his chest. The bullet then turns right, re entering Connolly's body at his right wrist, shatters his radius bone, exits Conley's wrist, makes a dramatic U turn, then buries itself in Conley's left thigh,
It's a wiggly
which then
bullet.
it later falls out and is found in almost pristine condition in a hospital. In the movie, they actually show someone planting the bullet. He then shows the jury a bullet that's been fired through a human wrist bone and shows what it looks like compared to the pristine magic bullet. He says, if the magic bullet made 7 wounds and went through several different bones, then how is it in perfect condition? This single magic bullet explanation is the entire foundation of the Warren Commission's claim of a lone assassin. Once you conclude the magic bullet could not make all 7 wounds, you then have to conclude there was a 4th shot and a 2nd rifleman. Then there's the epileptic seizure incident. Around 12:15, about 15 minutes before the shots, a man collapsed on the sidewalk near the Texas School Book Depository. He appeared to be having an epileptic seizure. Police and ambulance showed up, and it created this commotion that distracted law enforcement. The man was taken away, but strangely, he was never identified, no hospital records, no name, no follow-up. Odd coincidence, right? Then Garrison presents his theory on how he believes this was done, which is the triangulation theory, and that the final headshot was done from the grassy knoll in the front, not shot from behind, as you can see his head clearly go back when getting hit. Then he breaks down all the weird components to Oswald after the shooting. Well, first we have to assume that using a manual bolt-action rifle, he shot 3 shots in less than 5.6 seconds, hitting a moving target with one being a precise shot. But that's hard to believe. Then, he stays in the building for a bit where he gets a snack and drinks a Coke, walks straight to the front door where the cops are gathered, and then walks home for a moment. He picks up a gun where they say that he murdered an officer, yet multiple witnesses describe a different man. And these witnesses were never brought in for the Warren Commission. Then, they say that he ran into a movie theater where he didn't pay the ticket. And so the cashier calls the cops, where then 30 cops show up and arrested Oswald, suspecting he was the shooter. As soon as he exits the theater with the cops, there's a crowd there screaming at him. They had already decided that he was the shooter before an investigation even began. That's literally the official story, which is crazy. The whole country, fueled by the media, assumes he's guilty before a trial even takes place. Then, under the guise of a patriotic club owner, out to spare Jackie Kennedy from testifying at trial, Jack Ruby's let into a garage by one of his men in the police force. And it literally says this in the movie, that Oswald is brought out like a sacrificial lamb. He dies, and the world assumes he's guilty without a trial. So Oswald was just a lone gunman who wanted attention and got it by killing a president. But Garrison suggests that this was just the first in a long line of patsies. In later years, Bobby Kennedy, Martin Luther King, their commitment to change and peace made them dangerous to men committed to war. They were killed by crazed lone men. Garrison then ends his case with a call to action. And this is the best performance throughout the whole movie. It's phenomenal. And it ends with him looking at the camera and says, "It's up to you to get to the truth of this." Which to me was a message from the director. Verdict comes in, Clay Shaw is not guilty. Now it's interesting because one of the jury says that they do believe there was a conspiracy, but that there just wasn't enough evidence to convict Shaw of being a part of the conspiracy, which is something that doesn't really get highlighted. They make it out to seem, well, Garrison was wrong. But the jury kind of agreed something was wrong with this whole story. Garrison tells the press, "It just proves you cannot run an investigation questioning the intelligence operations of the US government." The movie ends, but there's a part at the end with some more details before the credits. It says that in 1979, Richard Helms, director of covert operations in 1963, admitted under oath that Clay Shaw had worked for the CIA. Clay Shaw died in 1974 of lung cancer. No autopsy allowed, and in 1978, Jim Garrison was elected judge of the Louisiana state. That's insane because it means Clay Shaw committed perjury. That means also that Jim Garrison's not just some conspiratorial paranoid lawyer. He was well respected. And there was a congressional investigation from 1976 to 1979 that found a probable conspiracy in the assassination of John F. Kennedy, and they recommended that the Justice Department investigate further. As of 1991, the Justice Department has done nothing. The files of the House Select Committee on Assassinations are locked away until the year 2029. So who knows, maybe we'll find something more soon. Oh, and I like this quote. This movie is dedicated to the young, in whose spirit the search for truth marches on. So yeah, this is an insane movie. It's from 1991, and it actually influenced Congress in 1992 to pass legislation to appoint a panel to review all files and determine which ones would be made available to the American public. But listen, there's another aspect of this movie that we can't really explore further. It involves a controversy that was revealed about someone who worked on the film, but yeah. If indeed it was a lone gunman, then why did the records need to be sealed for 75 years? That makes no sense if Oswald simply brought a gun and killed JFK. The film is 3 hours and a half long, but I highly recommend watching it. Okay, well, let's move on to some more 90s truth bomb movies.
Yeah, so that was all about the JFK thingy, Manchurian Candidate thingy, and so much like the Charlie Kirk thing, huh? So many red herrings, so many theories. I mean, even the Charlie Kirk thing's got the magic bullet theory. I mean, for fuck's sake. You know, the magic's bulletproof spine or something, and yeah, that bullet just didn't have an exit wound. It actually looked like the exit wound from when it was coming out his throat, all the blood. You know, like when I saw it, it was like I was watching a George A. Romero film. You know, the Dawn of the Dead and Day of the Dead movies. You know, the amount of ridiculous blood they'd use in them films, and Friday 13th movies. You know, the blood just gushed out, and it was horrible. It's like, am I watching? Is this for real? What the fuck am I watching? And can't see that footage now, can you? I guess you can on other platforms, but I only saw it once, but it was enough to think. Very strange, you know, like an assassination on live TV. Wow. Oh, we had the attempted assassination a year before. I thought, yeah, that was poppycock, but I do believe Charlie Kirk got killed. Now, I think all this other stuff is just like, it's purposely done to make people doubt everything they see, confuse people, and the shit they get away with. Virginia Gaffrey. Wow. And there's been a few other girls who have ended up unalived, you know, who were going to be whistleblowers in the past on the old Yeah, I bet Trump's linked to it. There's no doubt the way they. No, it's just fake news now. Nothing happened. Gizwo's in jail, but and Epstein was too. But you know, uh, so fucking crackers. What was it that show? Something to do with the movie we just watched. What was it? Fuck my memory. So anyway, it's Wednesday. We had a beautiful day today. And yesterday was pretty nice too. Except for the chemtrails. Chemtrails following a black trail. And yeah, something I was going to show to do with this though, Joe. And then I was going to get back to this. Oh God, what was it? It was on topic. Oh God. So right, I know what clip to show straight after this, and grassy knoll. So, sorry. What was it? Anyway, here's my list of government conspiracy assassination movies. Well, you'd call it more executions. When they say assassination, I don't know. I don't think that's the right word. I think it's execution. Like they executed JFK, they executed Charlie Kirk and Martin Luther and Malcolm X, all the ones. Bobby. Does anyone see my friend, my bed? What the world needs now is love. It's the only thing that gets you by. Who was that? Ray Stevens? No, hang on. I'll just. Burt Bacharach. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, there's a few versions. I want the one with the sound footage. Okay. Bloody airplanes going past. Yeah, so it's been beautiful weather, and we had some lovely rain, and Very good. This wasn't the version I'm trying to.
The world needs now is love, sweet love. It's the only thing that there's just too little of. What the world needs now is love, sweet love. No, not just for some, but everyone.
That's not the version I'm looking for. Oh, here it is. Yeah. Okay. Right. I remember this song when I was young, and I learned all about the JFK thing from this one song. But 1968. I shouldn't get copyright because
What is segregation?
I don't know what segregation is.
What is bigotry?
I don't know what bigotry is.
What does hatred mean?
I don't know what it is.
What is prejudice?
I think it's when somebody's sick.
Rise and shine, boys. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
yeah, I probably won't get copyrighted because of just the music. The clips wouldn't, but yeah. See, kids don't know what prejudice and hate and you know. In a school ground full of other races of kids, they all get along. You know, seen it before. It's mental. But yeah.
Just had a call on the radio for all units.
Right, I'll just play this bit. It's the JFK bit. Yeah.
I can see many motorcycles coming by now, police motorcycles. Just had a call on the radio for all units along Industrial to pick up the motorcade. Something has happened here. We understand there has been a shooting. The presidential car coming up now. We know it's the presidential car. You can see Mrs. Kennedy's pink suit. There's a Secret Service man, spread eagle, over the top of the car. We understand Governor and Mrs. Connolly are in the car with President and Mrs. Kennedy. We can't see who has been hit, if anybody's been hit, but apparently something is wrong here. Something is terribly wrong. I'm in behind the motorcade, trying to follow them. It looks as though they're going to Parkland Hospital.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special bulletin. Dallas, Texas. The flash, apparently official. President John F. Kennedy died at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time.
Yes. Bad day for America, for sure. Very bad. Anyway, Joe wants me to finish the movie. Okay, Joe. Yes, back to he's going to cover Enemy of the State. Yeah, good movie. Yeah, that film. All I did was show the preview to that film, Enemy of the State, because I was showing how Trump at his inaugurations kept playing this music, this Italian opera music, Do, 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 do. No, 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 no. And in the movie, Enemy of the State, that's when the president more or less gives permission to take out all these different world leaders or people who are going to threaten their plans. And you see all these major players in politics get taken out. And funny Trump was playing that music at inauguration when that's in the movie that this guy's talking about. Mine's Unveiled. Anyway, it is what it is at the end of the day, Young conspiracy and stuff are real. Right. Will Smith. Something. Oh, God, he's evil. Anyway.
Let's talk about Enemy of the State with Will Smith from 1998 and how it was predictive programming, because keep in mind, this is 3 years before 9/11. John Voight was a Manchurian Candidate, and he's in this movie too, interestingly. And just a coincidence, right, that he plays a character named Thomas in both films. Here, he's a high-ranking NSA official, and he's pushing this new bill called the Telecommunications Security and Privacy Act. The congressman calls it a straight-up
bit like this new Digital ID Act they're trying to bring in everywhere in Australia and UK and America.
surveillance society. And he says, no way I'm voting for a law that lets the government point a camera and mic anywhere they want. But Thomas hits him with the same war logic, and this is before the whole war on terror was even a thing. We saved American lives, blah blah blah. And when that doesn't work, they blackmail him and then kill him. And then you get the opening credits showing how deep the surveillance state already runs. Then we meet Will Smith playing Robert Dean, a labor lawyer. His case is about a mob boss named Pintero controlling union leadership, and through his old girlfriend Rachel, he gets the tape from this mysterious Brill that he can use to basically convict Pintero. Dean tells Pintero that he wants fair contracts, and even cracks a joke about the Zapruder film. But the mob wants to know who made the tape and threatens him. Back at the reservoir, cops find the congressman dead and think that he had a heart attack. But one officer notices a guy filming birds and calls it in. Turns out this researcher, Zavitz, accidentally filmed the murder while tracking geese. NSA realizes and immediately falsifies FBI approval to launch a covert op to get that footage. Jack Black's one of the tech guys in this film too. But next, we cut to Daniel at home. He's just going through this bird footage and has no idea what's happening until he sees the news and realizes that the congressman was assassinated. He calls a buddy who's a journalist to tell him what he has, but of course the NSA is already listening. They move in to kill him, but the neighbor knocks on the wrong door and buys him a second to get out. He takes off to the roof, and this is where the movie really shows off the surveillance grid. They're tapping everyone's phone call, pulling satellite shots with insane clarity, tracking them from the sky. Daniel runs, ducks into a lingerie store, and he bumps into Dean. Turns out they knew each other from Georgetown, and Daniel's freaking out, barely has time to explain, but Dean gives him his business card, and while Dean looks away, he slips the copied footage into Dean's bag. Daniel keeps running, gets hit by a car and dies, and when the agents sweep the scene, they find Dean's car. But Dean has no idea he's holding evidence of a political assassination, and overnight, his whole life is torn apart by the surveillance machine. Dean goes home, and his wife is literally watching a TV segment about government surveillance, asking, "Do you want your phone tapped?" And the irony is, they're already tapped. NSA shifts straight onto Dean, pulling everything: his phone records, college history, bank statements, work connections, and they flag this link to Rachel. They even show an early AI surveillance tech reconstructing a store in full 3D so that they can rotate the camera and enhance images way beyond what should be possible in 1998. The agents visit Dean at home to see what he knows, but he has no clue yet that he's carrying the disc. He pushes them out, but that night, while he's out driving with his wife, they break in and bug the entire house. The next day, they smear him in the papers, tying him to Rachel, hinting mob connections, dragging up an old affair. His wife's furious, convinced he's lying about Rachel. Now even his home life is collapsing. So Dean goes to Rachel demanding to know who Brill is, since he thinks this mysterious client is behind this whole mess. He tries to find Brill, but runs into another operative who clearly knows he's bugged. And after a chase, Dean escapes into a hotel, only to be grabbed at gunpoint and shoved into an elevator. That's where he finally meets the real Brill, who strips the bugs off of him and lays it out. The NSA conducts worldwide surveillance, faxes, phones, satellites, everything. And only then does Dean realize his own kid accidentally picked up the footage, meaning the evidence has been sitting in his house the entire time. Okay, but later in the movie, Dean makes it to Brill's hideout, and this is where we get the real truth bombs. Dean breaks it down. The government has been in bed with the entire telecommunications industry since the 1940s. Everything's infected. They can get into your bank statements, your emails, your phone calls, every wire, every airwave, and the more tech you use, the easier it is for them to track you. He even says, it's a brave new world. Brill tells him he used to be NSA, a communications analyst listening to international calls, and that the GPS tracker they found on Dean's phone, he designed the first version of it. Then he goes even further. Fort Meade has 18 acres of underground mainframes, and if you're on the phone and you use words like bomb, president, or Allah, the computers automatically record and flag it for review. And he says that was 20 years ago, so 1970s. Then he drops another thing. The Hubble telescope looks up, but they got hundreds of satellites pointing down at us. And in the middle of all this, they pull up Thomas Reynolds' file, John Voight's villain, and it says that he was born on September 11th, 1940. Wait, this is 1998, 3 years before 9/11, and they just casually dropped that his birthday's 9/11? Coincidence? Well, just before this, he said Allah. And right after this, the building literally blows up. What are the chances? Predictive programming on another level. From here, Brill starts to explain his own past. He worked overseas, in the Middle East, on the ground in Iran, during the Shah, monitoring Soviets, supplying Afghani rebels, and when the hardliners took the embassy, the whole mission turned into a disaster. He calls it aiding and abetting the new enemy, showing exactly how the agencies flip sides and create the same forces they later claim to fight. So yeah, the movie ends with Dean and Brill turning the tables. They pit the mob against Reynolds in that restaurant, and it blows up into a shootout. Reynolds is gone, the mob boss is gone, Dean is cleared of all charges, the bill supposedly falls apart. Brill disappears back underground, and Dean gets his life back. But the last thing they leave you with is the same question. How do you balance national security and civil liberties? They're literally spelling it out for you. And that's why this movie's kind of crazy. It came out in 1998, 3 years before 9/11, and then boom, the Patriot Act shows up, and it's everything that this movie's already showing you. Warrantless taps, surveillance through corporations, no privacy, brave new world. Reynolds being born on 9/11, like what is that? So I don't think it's an action movie. It's predictive programming, disclosure. They told us exactly how it was going to go down, and then they made it real. Just a coincidence, right? Well, what about the lone gunman? This is pretty famous in conspiracy circles for straight up predicting 9/11 6 months before it happened. This X-Files spin-off drops a plot where the US government hacks a commercial airliner and flies it into the World Trade Center as a false flag attack to kick off a war and rake in arms profits. And it's not some vague planes into a building. It's literally the
Bruno's getting very patient. His food's out there cooling off, and he's very relentless. And this isn't the movie I was thinking of, which I was talking about before. But anyway.
Plane that took off from Logan Airport in Boston, the same as American Airlines Flight 11 on, and the motive is to stage terrorism to boost defense spending. The gunmen uncover this scheme after Byers' supposedly dead dad turns out to be a deep state operative pulling strings. So they try to stop it. Byers boards the flight, confronts his father, and they barely save the day by clipping the World Trade Center antenna instead of slamming into the towers. And it's kind of wild, they also have an NSA link in here. They have this fictional E-ComCon facility in Vienna, Virginia, where the gunmen dig up the plane hijacking plot. And that spot is actually tied to surveillance, just like what Enemy of the State showed off. So again, we're seeing the same advanced tech and the same narrative popping up right before the real event. And think about the title, Lone Gunman. Why? It's a nod to the Kennedy assassination and the whole lone gunman myth. Except, in the series, they're not the assassins, they're the truth seekers, unraveling false flags and government cover-ups. But it gets crazier. Speaking of lone gunmen, let's talk about the parallax view. Based on a novel from 1970, which is only 7 years after the JFK assassination. And it's crazy because this movie basically lays out the MK Ultra psychological angle before the Church Committee even exposed real mind control programs. And it has this scene where you, the audience, are actually subjected to a kind of conditioning sequence, like right there on the screen. The movie begins with Senator Charles Carroll assassinated during a public event. And right away, there's a committee that investigates for 4 months, and they wrap it up neat saying, well, it was a lone gunman. No conspiracy, no evidence whatsoever. The case is closed. And that's supposed to end all speculation, right? This is referencing the Warren Commission. Then we follow Joseph Frady, played by Warren Beatty. He gets kind of pulled into this mess when people around the assassination start turning up dead. A woman comes to him saying they're trying to kill her. And sure enough, she ends up dead too. So Frady starts poking around and it gets weirder. He meets a guy who tells him that you can fake heart attacks with the right methods. And he looks into another suspicious accident where someone supposedly drowned fishing. And then, a cop that he thought was an ally tries to kill him. So he knows something bigger is going on. Brady stumbles onto the Parallax Corporation. This is wild. They're recruiting with ads like, if you're one of those special people with brains, not just education, who's not living up to your potential, you can change your luck. And then it's signed Division of Human Engineering. So we're seeing this shadow company literally advertising to find unstable and disillusioned people, and they give out personality tests that are designed to measure anger, repression, frustration, basically trying to detect who has homicidal tendencies. And the scientist tells Frady, this is about directing emotions. Well, eventually he kind of fakes his own death, uses the help of that scientist to rig his test answers so he looks like a perfect fit for this corporation. And sure enough, a Parallax recruiter tells him he's exactly what they're looking for. And this is when we get the MK Ultra scene. Brady sits in a room and they flash this insane montage for like 5 minutes of these random words and pictures: love, hate, family, God, sex, guns, assassins, patriotic imagery, and it just speeds up and gets extremely disorienting. It's a psychological trigger test. MK Ultra on film. And remember, this is 1974. Then it all comes together. He recognizes one of the supposed assassins from before working inside Parallax, and he witnesses them planting a bomb to kill a senator. But even though he stops this plot, it ultimately doesn't matter because the whole thing's bigger than him. He gets set up for another assassination in Atlanta. And that's how the movie ends. He becomes the patsy, the lone gunman. And the ending of the film just loops right back to the beginning with the same committee declaring once again it was just a lone gunman. No conspiracy, no questions. That's how it ends. They literally tell you. The point isn't that Frady was trained to be a killer, it's that Parallax was profiling him to see if he'd be the perfect patsy. Unstable enough to frame, but someone that they could blame while the real machine keeps running. It's about how these shadowy groups exploit psychology and engineering to create assassins or fall guys. And in the end, the system erases him and seals the record. The lone gunman myth maintained. Next, let's get into Conspiracy Theory from 1997 with Mel Gibson.
Oh yeah, great film.
And right away, this one's pretty meta because it's literally about a paranoid cab driver named Jerry who rattles off every conspiracy you can think of. Fluoride in the water, New World Order, 33rd degree Freemasons,
It was a fun.
CIA directors, microchips, silent black helicopters. And this scene's pretty famous because he's basically dropping a whole laundry list of stuff that people used to laugh at, but now most of it's come true. And the whole thing ties back to that Parallax mind test because Jerry himself is basically a sleeper agent who doesn't even know it. He's been through some type of trauma programming, so he has flashbacks and amnesia. He's in the cab talking about love when he gets hit with this crazy MK Ultra sequence in his head. Then he's on the street stalking this girl, Alice, played by Julia Roberts, while listening to a radio show about how Oswald didn't kill Kennedy and Jack Ruby didn't kill Oswald. This is going on in the background, there's like these little details, and they're talking about this suspicious guy in Dealey Plaza, right? So, Jerry keeps seeing shady guys that he thinks are feds, but they're not feds, they're tied to a deep operation. And sure enough, he gets taken to the CIA facility, strapped down with his eyes taped open like Clockwork Orange, and injected with truth serum. He starts tripping, and you realize that he's been here before. This is why he has these memory holes. But he bites the nose of his captor and he escapes. The psychiatrist in charge of him, Jonas, is CIA, and he literally wears a ring that says Veritas. So right away they're telling you, it's about secret orders and oaths. From there, the movie just keeps dropping bombs. Jerry's newsletter says the Grateful Dead were actually British intelligence agents, which is funny because that also lines up with the rumors about LSD being seeded through their concerts. Then there's even an Operation High Jump poster in the background of this apartment. But I thought this was crazy. Jerry calls out Oliver Stone, the director of JFK, saying, yeah, he's connected to George Bush, that he must be a government disinfo junkie because you think they'd let him make a movie if that was all real? You think they'd give him a podium? Basically saying Stone was given a pass to spread controlled opposition. Then you have the scene where Alice is asking him, who's they? And Jerry shows her a handshake. Not just any handshake, but the actual Masonic Master Mason grip, with a thumb pressed in the near knuckle. And then here's the reveal. Jonas explains to Alice that he worked for the CIA on the MK Ultra program, mind control, Manchurian candidate stuff. And he says officially it was terminated in 1973, but the science continued under his research. He even admits not every operation was theirs, like the Reagan assassination attempt, that somebody else stole the tech. Pandora's box was open, and it seems that Jonas feels slightly guilty, but Jerry's just one of his programmed subjects. That's why Jerry has flashbacks. That's why he's obsessed with Alice, because Jonas used him, and then Jonas tells Alice that Jerry killed her father under that programming. But we find out that Jerry actually didn't do it, and Jonas was behind it all along. Jonas gets killed, Jerry takes a bullet, and everyone thinks he's dead. But in the last scene, we see Alice visiting his grave, and then she finds out that he's alive, watching her from a distance. So the whole film is a conspiracy thriller about a crazy cabbie who turns out to be right, packed with real MK Ultra references, real CIA history, disinfo accusations, Masonic symbolism, and predictive programming. So now we get to Winter Kills from 1979. And this one's important because it's written by the same guy, Richard Condon, who wrote The Manchurian Candidate. Think about that. In 1959, he writes a book about a brainwashed assassin before JFK is even shot. Then after JFK, he writes Winter Kills in 1974, which is literally about the Kennedy assassination. They just swapped the names and locations, but it's the same story. Tim Keegan is JFK. Pa is Joe Kennedy Sr. And Nick is like this mix of a surviving brother chasing answers. It's not in Dallas, they said it in Philadelphia, but you can see right away what it's supposed to be. The movie starts with a chessboard, signaling the whole thing's a power game at the highest level. And then Nick, Jeff Bridges, is told this wild story. A dying gunman confesses that he was the second rifle, that he shot Keegan alongside the supposed lone gunman. This guy is called Fletcher, and that's no accident, because this is another reference to Fletcher Prouty or Mr. X in Oliver Stone's JFK. So Condon naming the key assassin Fletcher is a wink at the real source, one of the only insiders who openly said the hit was an intelligence run. Now let's talk about Pa. In the film, Pa is the patriarch of the Keegan clan, and this is something a lot of people don't know about the history of the Kennedys. Joe Kennedy Sr. was one of the richest men in America. He made his fortune in booze, banking, and Hollywood, and he saw politics as another investment. He poured millions into getting JFK into office, because it was the ultimate franchise, the presidency as a business asset. That's exactly what this movie is saying. Pa doesn't see democracy. He sees return on investment. And when his son, Tim, JFK, gets idealistic, that's when things go bad. So Nick starts pulling at the threads, and it plays out just like the JFK case. Instead of the Warren Commission, we get the Pickering Commission. Instead of Oswald, we get Willie Arnold as the patsy. Pa even tells Nick straight up to not fall for the Arnold theory. He says, "I'm a hunter," and even says that the best shooters have trouble making one perfect shot, let alone 3 in a row. So the lone gunman story is nonsense. He calls the CIA smugglers, says the FBI are just good for chasing runaways, and points out it was the FBI who gave the commission their evidence in the first place. And that's real history. The Kennedys never trusted the Warren Commission. They wanted to do their own private investigation because they knew the agencies were feeding a pre-packaged story. As Nick digs deeper, he ends up in the underworld, the mob, CIA, Hollywood, all blending together. And there's this crazy part where he basically goes to the mob and they say that it was this studio that wanted him dead. Harry Smalls, head of Federal Studios, lost $50 million when Keegan stopped seeing Ella Mae Irving and she killed herself. They're flat out saying that was the motive for taking him out, and that's obviously a stand-in for Marilyn Monroe and JFK's secret love life, which a lot of people don't realize wasn't just rumor, but something powerful people used as leverage, because every affair tied him to money, crime, or intelligence in some way. Oh, and I keep noticing this gay theme within these JFK movies or government cover-ups, almost like they're connecting it to a secret cabal angle where sexuality itself is used as blackmail. They repeat the motif of gay lovers and hidden lives, and it's all tied back to this world of intelligence, mobsters, and politicians keeping secrets over each other's heads. And then you get to the Cerruti scene. This is kind of weird. He has this whole information vault. Cerruti is the deep state personified, a proto-NSA spook with a corporate intelligence empire. He has contracts, surveillance photos, phone calls, satellite feeds. Everything is in this weird archive room, and he shows Nick that presidents are basically files in a cabinet, controlled through compromat and blackmail. Cerruti hammers 3 points. First, contradictions. Maybe it was the mob, maybe Pa, maybe some other actor, and each version cancels out the last, which is exactly how the JFK assassination played out in real life, with Cubans, CIA, LBJ, Soviets, Mafia, all floating at once until no one can pin the truth down. Second, democracy versus business. He says Pa spent $11 million to put Tim in the White House, not for democracy, but as an investment. The presidency as the ultimate business franchise. And Tim, the JFK figure, died because he actually believed in democracy. He thought it was real, and that made him dangerous to the system. Third, Yvette, Nick's lover, wasn't real. She was an operative planned in his life, and now she's just a cadaver in anatomy class. Sir Rudy repeats, "You get the picture? You get the picture?" Because that's the punchline. Nothing in Nick's life was authentic. By the end, Paul tells Nick it was Sir Rudy, which actually makes the most sense. But the point is, you'll never know, because the system always loops back into another cover story. And that's the message of the movie. It's literally the JFK assassination reframed, showing you that presidents aren't leaders of democracy, they're assets of business. And when they step out of line, the system eliminates them. Commissions whitewash it, and the truth is buried under endless contradictions. Now we get to Executive Action from 1973. And this one's different than all the others that we've talked about, because it's not from the point of view of the hero journalist or the whistleblower trying to discover the truth. No, it's from the conspirators themselves. That's extremely unique. Not only is this the first JFK conspiracy movie, but this is the first JFK conspiracy movie told from the inside, and that alone makes it stand out. Oh, and I mentioned him earlier, but it's co-written by Mark Lane, who isn't just some random screenwriter. This is the guy who basically invented the modern JFK conspiracy movement. He was the lawyer who defended Oswald's mother. He defended James Earl Ray, the alleged assassin of MLK. And in 1966, he wrote Rush to Judgment, one of the first best-selling books attacking the Warren Commission. So Lane was already infamous. He was the face of The Official Story's a Lie, and then he co-writes a novel called Executive Action that gets adapted into a movie the very same year, 1973. That's not usually normal. These things take years. But here it feels like coordinated disclosure. The film even got rewritten by Dalton Trumbo, who softened the CIA angle, but Lane still signed off on it because even diluted, the core message was there. The movie opens with narration setting the stage. Never before had one family held so much political power. They lay it out like a dynasty. JFK for 2 terms, then Bobby, then Ted, with the brothers cycling through cabinet positions in between, backed by big city machines, labor, minorities, liberals, the press, and hundreds of millions in family wealth. The Kennedys are presented as unbeatable, a political machine that could dominate America for decades. That was
Probably
the fear.
saw this film.
And right there you see what the film's doing. It's dramatizing the very real paranoia
Remember the
among elites in the
9/11?
1960s that the Kennedys weren't just politicians. They were building a dynasty that could lock out the establishment. From there we watch Farrington, played by Burt Lancaster, who plays Dr. Moreau in the 70s version, and his network of elites, the stand-in conspirators, lay out the problem and the solution. They talk about troop withdrawals from Vietnam costing billions.
Well, why would you even mention that? The old Dr. Moreau. Oh, fuck. That was a terrible film, the 70s one. Oh, God. Marlon Brando.
And how a Kennedy dynasty would be bad for business, and that they need to remove the problem before 1964. This is where Executive Action really lays it out. They're basically saying JFK was killed because he was stepping out of line. Civil rights, test ban treaty with Russia, planning to pull troops out of Vietnam. All of that was a threat to the system. The film even has the conspirators explain how the public will accept whatever it's told to accept, and that if people started questioning the war, it would make action necessary. And they don't even hide what action means. CIA slang for assassination. Then they give this wild history lesson. They go through Lincoln, Garfield, McKinley, Teddy Roosevelt, FDR. All of them shot at, some killed, but always the same story. The assassin is never a professional, always some fanatic or madman. The Secret Service is always unprepared. And in every case, the official story says it's just one crazy guy acting alone. In Europe, it's conspirators. In America, it's lone nuts. That's a pattern. But the point is obvious. The lone gunman narrative is the cover. It's not about truth, it's about making sure the public never sees the bigger system behind it. And by the time they talk about the motorcades being the perfect setup, it's clear that they're spelling out their plan for Dallas. In executive action, we get to one of the most important sequences where the conspirators calmly lay out how the assassination will go down. And it's basically the triangulation theory on screen. They point out that Kennedy is given less protection than any other head of state. De Gaulle in France rides with 47 motorcycles around him, but JFK maybe had 8 or 10, and none of them between him and the sidewalks. His agents even ride inside closed cars where they can't see anything. They only have target practice twice a year, they're paid less than the FBI, and most of their intelligence comes from other agencies that don't even like them. Hoover at the FBI hated the Kennedys. The CIA was bitter after Bay of Pigs when Kennedy forced Dulles and Cabell out. And so the mood of the agency was revenge. The idea is simple. They'll make sure the Secret Service looks incompetent, and then they'll deny any conspiracy down to the last man. Blame it all on some crazy damn fool, and he'll be provided. And of course, we know that fool was Oswald. Then they start talking about how Conley and Kennedy made a private agreement for him to campaign in Texas. So the conspirators already knew when and where the opportunity would come up. And when someone suggests maybe digging up dirt to discredit him, they say they've tried that already and it didn't work. So assassination's the only option left. And one of them recalls his own experience in the oil business in the Middle East, how his intelligence men had to eliminate local opposition, and he says he understands these types of things, he just doesn't like them. But they're tolerable if necessary, and permissible if they work. And then they start doing these rifle practice scenes. They're shooting at moving targets, and even with the most accurate rifle, they can't hit consistently at 20 miles an hour, so they decide that the car has to be slowed down to make the shots count. In real life, they did slow down to almost a crawl right in the kill zone in Dealey Plaza. The driver Greer literally turned back to look and eased off the gas. Suspicious, which is the exact opposite of protocol. Normally, you're supposed to accelerate out of danger. So this scene is showing you the hit couldn't have worked unless someone inside the motorcade was in on it. So what this movie is really telling you is that Dallas wasn't chaos or luck. It was a controlled setup, a triangulation of shooters, FBI and CIA bitterness, Hoover looking the other way, the Secret Service standing down, and the lone nut cover story ready to go. And this is a really crazy part. So the conspirators are reviewing their patsy list, and they say that this computer spit out 14 possible goats, and the best option is Lee Harvey Oswald, born in New Orleans, 1939. That's insane because the movie's basically saying there was an early computer or proto-AI system crunching files to figure out who would make the perfect fall guy, and it lands on Oswald because his life was already the perfect cover. Marine background, radar training, defected to the USSR, married a Russian wife, messed up personal history, pro-Castro leaflets in New Orleans. He looks like a radical, and that makes him explainable to the public. He says, "We're not relying on him, we're using him." Meaning, they don't even care if he fires a shot. He's there to be the story, not the shooter. Then they start talking about population control, saying in 2 decades there will be 7 billion people, most of them brown, yellow, or black, all of them hungry, and the only way to control this is through war, hence Vietnam. And they even say with the right planning, they can get the world down to 550 million by the end of the century. So they're tying JFK's assassination to a much larger program of resource control and depopulation? If that doesn't sound like disclosure, I don't know what does. Then they map out the Dallas motorcade route, and they pick out the main Houston Elm turn through Dealey Plaza, noting that the cars will have to slow down to 10 to 12 miles per hour, and that creates the perfect triangulation crossfire. One from the depository, one from the records building, one from the grassy knoll. And when someone asks how they can be sure the motorcade will go through that way, they just laughed and say businessmen and bankers decide the route. And sure enough, in real life, it was Dallas business leaders who pushed for the Trade Mart stop, which forced the dogleg into Dealey Plaza. On top of all of that, this movie goes into more detail on the faked backyard photos of Oswald, like I was talking about earlier. But this is wild because it's actually describing and showing the process of pasting Oswald's face into incriminating shots with a rifle and newspapers. Basically admitting the backyard photos were forgeries. And Oswald himself said they were fake. But yeah, Farrington says it doesn't look enough like him. Get a picture of our sponsor and tip him in, admitting to the photo editing collage. But in the movie, they actually kind of do a bad job, but still, it's showing you how they would go about faking it, which was 100% possible. They've been faking photos since before the 1900s. Think about it. Why would Oswald say his face was pasted on? Seems like an odd thing for a lone gunman to say. Farrington also starts describing detail changes. He says to add a scope to the rifle, add a pistol to the hip, and the Marxist newspapers. They set up Jack Ruby in advance. They show the cabinet all flown out to Tokyo, so Washington's hollowed out while Kennedy's exposed in Dallas. They even depict a phone blackout in DC. What's crazy is the Tokyo thing's actually true, I believe. And during the shooting, when Oswald's interrogated, they remind us that there are no recordings or notes, nothing official kept. And then, the district attorney, Wade, literally says, "I would say, without any doubt, he's the killer." And then the conspirators say, everyone will believe it. They want to believe it. They have to. People, the government, everyone. And that's the point. It wasn't about evidence, it was about manufacturing belief and giving the public closure. And then the movie ends with the title card. This is a very interesting detail that no other movie really highlights. It says in 3 years after JFK and Oswald were killed, 18 material witnesses died. 6 by gunfire, 3 in car accidents, 2 suicides, 1 with a cut throat, 1 from a karate chop to the neck, 3 heart attacks, and 2 natural causes. And an actuary for the London Sunday Times actually calculated the odds of that happening as 100,000 trillion to 1. They're telling you, this is a cover-up so massive that the body count alone proves it. What I thought was crazy is that they have so much more archival footage in this film, like real footage of Kennedy, and it almost makes you wonder, how did they get permission to use all of this? For example, there's a scene where they're trying to explain how Oswald will be the perfect patsy, and they're showing real photos of Oswald and military documents and all this stuff. It looks real to me. But yeah, there are a bunch more movies, a few worth mentioning. Arlington Road from 1999,
yeah, that was
another Jeff Bridges film. He was in Winter Kills. This one's about domestic terrorism and false flag setups. He plays a professor who slowly realizes his neighbors are actually setting him up as a patsy for a bombing. So by the end, he's the one framed as the terrorist. And it drops the same idea that we've been seeing over and over again. The system doesn't just kill you, it's going to rewrite the story so the public blames you. Wag the Dog from 1997 is pretty much straight disclosure. A Hollywood producer and spin doctor literally stage a fake war to distract the public from a presidential sex scandal. And it's all done with green screens and media manipulation. It basically shows you how manufactured narratives are pumped into the news cycles. And the scary part is this came out right before the Monica Lewinsky scandal. Shooter from 2007 is one of the more modern takes. Mark Wahlberg plays a sniper who gets tricked into being the patsy for an assassination. He has to go on the run to clear his name. It's basically the Oswald template but modernized, showing how you can take a skilled soldier and flip him into the fall guy. And the whole movie is about him trying to turn the setup back on the people who planned it. 7 Days in May from 1964. This one's insane because it's basically about a military coup in the United States. A cabal of generals plotting to overthrow the president after he signs a nuclear disarmament treaty with the Soviets. The crazy part is this novel came out in 1962, right before the Cuban Missile Crisis, when JFK himself was under fire for being soft on communism. Then the movie drops in 1964, just months after JFK is assassinated, so audiences couldn't help but see it as connected. The president in the story is literally doing what JFK did in real life. negotiating a test ban treaty. The generals flip out,
They're
saying this
probably
is going to
bored.
hand America to the Russians. This isn't fiction. The real Joint Chiefs, especially Curtis LeMay, hated JFK for the same reason.
Too young.
What's even crazier is John Frankenheimer, the director, said JFK actually encouraged the film's production, thinking it would warn the public about the danger of a military takeover. But think about it, because this comes out right after the assassination, and the public definitely tied it to Dallas. You have a story about generals and intelligence plotting against the president who wants peace, and this story is released right after the real president who wanted peace got gunned down in a motorcade.
Good timing.
The difference is the movie goes with a coup plot instead of an assassination, but the theme is the same. Insiders moving to stop a president they couldn't control. But let's talk about some older assassination conspiracies.
Lincoln.
If you really trace the roots of American assassination and cover-up literature, you have to go all the way back to Lincoln, because literally right after 1865, there were already books saying Booth didn't act alone. One of the very first was The Assassination and History of the Conspiracy, published in 1865 by T.B. Peterson.
Yeah, but before Lincoln, there were two acting presidents who died under mysterious circumstances. Yeah, so he was probably not the first president to be assassinated.
Which framed the killing as a coordinated plot by secret organizations, not just the work of a lone actor. Then in 1867, you get The Escape and Suicide of John Wilkes Booth by Finis L. Bates, which took it even further and argued Booth actually survived, living under another identity while the government staged a cover story. Then in 1937, Otto Eisenschimmel wrote Why Was Lincoln Murdered? This was one of the first books to go beyond Booth entirely and pin the whole thing on Lincoln's own cabinet. He argued that the Secretary of War, Edwin Stanton, orchestrated both the assassination and the cover-up, that the guards were pulled away on purpose, and that the government allowed Booth and the others to move freely. It turned Lincoln's death into a kind of proto-deep state narrative, saying the president wasn't killed by a lone madman, but by the machinery of power itself. I was looking into what is the oldest film of this type about US assassinations and cover-ups. It seems to be Manchurian Candidate, although there is Suddenly, 1954. Frank Sinatra plays an assassin hired to kill the president. But this one's a thriller, not really a hidden cabal angle. But it did foreshadow Manchurian Candidate, and Sinatra's in that movie too. Okay guys, I'm gonna finish up with one more movie, and this one is so weird. But I think it's the oldest US government conspiracy film. It's not about assassins, but it's just kind of like, what is this movie? I think it's one of the earliest examples of predictive programming in America, and the idea of manufacturing fake crises in psyops. The movie's called Gabriel Over the White House from 1933. And yes, I think the 33 is significant. To be precise, 33, right? Anyways, Gabriel Over the White House from 1933 has to be one of the strangest films ever made. And honestly, I think it's the first American conspiracy movie. It's not about assassins this time, it's about staged psyops. The president starts off as a total puppet, useless and corrupt, until he crashes his car, falls into a coma, and wakes up reborn. The crash is the initiation, the symbolic death and rebirth. And when he comes back, he's basically possessed by the angel Gabriel, suddenly ruling with divine authority. From there, he suspends Congress, declares martial law, and starts running the country by decree. He sets up special courts outside the Constitution, stages public trials, and even has gangsters executed. It feels kind of like the first Law and Order psyop on film. Scare the public with organized crime, and then justify authoritarian power grabs. Then he takes it international, calling for a world disarmament conference where he literally threatens military force if nations don't comply, using the crisis of debt and instability to push what looks like an early form of world government. And to sell all this, he starts quoting
The old top hats, eh? They were lead lined. And people got Alzheimer's from it or something. I don't know, but it was weird. These top hats. Yeah, this guy's Mind Unchained. Yeah, he does a whole video about top hats.
Abraham Lincoln, even modeling himself after him, pointing out how Lincoln suspended civil liberties during the Civil War to save the Union. The film's basically saying if Lincoln can do it, then it's noble for him to do it too. But the insane part is the predictions. Remember, this is 1933, and they're showing planes sinking battleships, which people thought was crazy at the time. But by Pearl Harbor in 1941, that was reality. Then they have a German delegate complain about debts, exactly what Hitler used a few years later to rise to power. And at the peace conference, Japan is the first to sign, when in real life they were the first to launch war. The reversals feel intentional, like symbolic foreshadowing. So what you get is a film that literally looks like a test trial, testing how the public might react to a benevolent dictatorship. Actually, that's literally what it was. And this is a crazy connection too. William Randolph Hearst, the giant newspaper mogul, the guy Citizen Kane was based on, pushed it as propaganda during the Depression. Gabriel over the White House wasn't just some random Hollywood oddity. It's straight up political propaganda. He was openly fascinated with strongman leadership in the 1930s, and so Hearst used his newspapers to promote fascist-style solutions as efficient compared to democracy, which he thought was too slow and weak to handle crises like the Depression. So, when the film came out in 1933, Hearst pushed it as a kind of propaganda piece. And by the way, Citizen Kane was directed and produced by Orson Welles, the same man behind the War of the Worlds radio fiasco. So yeah.
Oh, he was a
That's the movie. It straight up shows a president possessed by an angel, suspending democracy, quoting Lincoln, staging crises, and moving towards world planning.
Yeah, boom.
I'll leave it at that. But I do want to make it clear that the purpose of this video isn't to promote conspiracy theories as the absolute truth.
No, not at all.
And it goes without saying that political violence is always wrong, no matter where it comes from, even if it's your own government. The point here is to encourage people to think critically about the official story. Just because the government or an intelligence agency tells us one thing doesn't mean it's the truth. And history has shown that over and over. It's always good to stay curious, especially when parts of the mainstream story just don't add up. Thanks for watching, guys. Please share if you don't mind.
Okay.
And all we can hope is that our minds may be unveiled.
Yeah, that was a good one. I was just going to show a few other that anyway, it was sort of mainly the JFK thing, but no, that was good. I always liked a vid by Unchained Minds. Yeah, good channel. Very good. And yeah, I've been meaning to watch it. I think it came out 2 weeks ago. Oh no, a month ago. Yeah, I've been meaning to watch it for a month. And the one before, what was that about? Oh, shut up. Noisy birds. Weapons. Oh yeah, I wanted to watch that, but I haven't seen the film yet. You know, I really want to watch the film. Nashville Unveiled. Right. 4 hours. 46 minutes. Wow. Nashville. How can you make a video about Nashville that goes for that long? But I watched that one. War of the Worlds. You know, covering that. I haven't seen War of the Worlds the 2025 one. Looks absolute shit, but there's a few I haven't seen. Spain Unveiled, Terria, Tunnels to Hell. Yeah, I want to watch that one. Vampires Unveiled. See, he's doing longer videos now. But yeah, I want to watch, Wicker Man, yeah. Halloween Unveiled. Oh, it's Halloween coming up. Yeah, I'll have to show that one. Halloween is tomorrow, 31st. How many months this days in this month? 31. Yeah, I think it's on the 31st. Not that it's shouldn't be a fucking thing here, but anyway, history. Yeah, this film. This was about government conspiracies. So if you got this one, I'll have to speed it up though. Oh, that's too slow. Right, okay. Who are they?
Roy Tucker, convicted of first-degree murder. Impulses are obsessive, hostile, antisocial, temperament unstable, capable of erratic, violent behavior.
I saw this at the movies.
Considered highly dangerous. They think he's perfect.
I represent a group of people who might be able to help you.
The domino principle is about to begin.
Get me out of maximum security.
All right.
My cellmate's going to get him out too.
All right.
They're never anything you can identify. They're just they mostly manage things like money, people. Don't look at me like that. Don't look at me like I'm some kind of bug you or anybody else.
The domino principle is in motion.
Smile. There's $200,000 in your name. We're pulling you out of here tomorrow. That should tell you something.
The domino principle can never be stopped.
You're out of prison now. That was our part of the bargain. Now it's your turn. For the next few weeks, you're working for us. We own you.
Damn it, stop playing games with me.
It's no game, Tucker.
You get nothing from me until I see my wife. You understand?
We're way ahead of it.
Never thought I could feel this good.
Neither did I.
Hello there. We made ourselves at home, hope you don't mind.
If they kill you and me on this car right now, there's not going to be any arrest.
Take the shot.
Keep your mouth shut. Maybe, just maybe, you might get out of this with your skin. Otherwise, put a bullet through your brain.
I won't do it. Yes, you will. You're part of the plan, and the plan's in motion.
It's a long drawer.
Another stupid move. Anything to sidetrack the work we have to do this morning, and we'll kill your wife. Now, it's crucial that you understand that.
The man who worries the most is the man who gave the original order. If he panics, the dominoes start to fall.
There.
Put it away. Put it away!
5 minutes, I'm
Next guy must be important.
And every 5 minutes after that. My wife isn't here in a half hour, I'm going to cut his throat out.
I know you want to protect me, but you can't protect me from you.
Now! Do it now!
Nice freeze frames.
Trust no one. Not your boss.
No.
Not your best friend.
No.
Not your wife.
No. Never. Who are they?
Trust no one. No one. The domino principle.
Oh, they show the very end of the movie. Movie about a guy who's set up to be a patsy, to do an assassination. But yeah, it was wasn't the best film. And they had the title was The Domino Principle. Who are they? And how we always say they, and they live. That's the best government conspiracy film. They Live. What a fantastic movie! I saw that at the films and at the cinema, and I was trying to tell everyone that's the best sci-fi I've seen for fucking ever. Oh God, I was impressed. I always loved John Carpenter films before I saw that one, but yeah, that was my favourite. I just loved it. I saw The Message. I was in a brainwashed cult. Yes, and I put on the Roddy Rowdy Piper glasses and I could see clearly all of a sudden. Yes, is what it is at the end of the day. So, he brought up Wag the Dog. That's right. Yeah. You can't talk about that stuff until you show Wag the Dog. Anyway, there was something on topic I was going to show, and there's 3 things I was going to show, and I've totally forgotten them all. Damn it. To do with the topic at hand, and the old Charlie thing, and but all these lone assassins, for fuck's sake, God. It's just getting a bit old, isn't it? We had one in Tasmania, Martin Bryant, the lone, mass murderer. A guy couldn't tie his shoelaces, he's autistic, 36 people or something, and, most of them headshots, from hundreds of meters away. Yeah, he's very good shot. Wow, very SAS-ish. Anyway, the Martin Bryant thing. And they can just take anyone out who's, connected to the royals or the governments of Americas. And they might know too much. I know how it works. I've seen on a smaller scale, but yes, prostitutes in Melbourne ended up in dumpsters and boots of cars and dead because they saw too much corruption where the police were involved. Go figure. Yeesh. And she was in a dangerous place till I hid her from them. And they want to shut people up who know too much. And I was a whistleblower on the cult, and they tried to fucking whack me. Get me fucking killed, more or less, with the. Anyway. What movies do I know about government conspiracies that not many people know about? Kill List, yeah. Scary movie, that one. I mean, I can't even believe it got made. When was it? 14 years ago. UK film. And it's scary because, this film was really creepy the way they did it and everything. How this guy's working for Well, it's the Illuminati, He has to take out all the people with problems, to politicians, to all aspects. He has to kill priests and snuff pedo pricks who are making movies, but they're working for the government too. Anyway, it all goes up to the Prime Minister in this film. The highest level, and it's sped up because I better. Okay. Hopefully speeding it up won't get me copyrighted, but because this film's really hard to find.
Right. Look at that.
And it is scary, and it is thrilling. It's just so intense.
The bad people should suffer.
It was. Yeah, like it's there with the Wicker Man, as far as being a classic. It's like, wow, that film, just you don't know what's going to happen. I like films where you can't predict it. Too many films are so predictable these days. I know. Let's see. UK has done some, full-on exposing shit movies. Australia, not so much. We can't talk bad about the government, otherwise the movie won't get made. But there's been a couple, but they were pretty lame. And done like it's fantasy and really yeah. Oh God. Yeah, there's a few films called Angel. Angel, no. 1984. Oh, fuck. Oh, come on. Oh, God. What year? If I put the year, I'll get the movie, but no, it's not. It's got all these other American films. No. It was 2000. I'll put 12. Let's see. Okay. 13. Oh God, why is it so hard to find this film? It just keeps showing the same ones. Avenging Angel. Oh God. Angel from 1984. Get fucked. I remember that one about a prostitute who was, God. It's like, maybe it's 2015. I think I got the film somewhere. On my old hard drive. What's going on? It's not doing the searches properly. It's showing me mainstream news all of a sudden. What? It's just not working. Fuck. Oh, God, this is mental. YouTube, you are fucking broken. Yeah, YouTube's just fucked. Look, I'll search the film. Oh, that's the one. What? Another very creepy film. Make sure it's sped up. That was weird what YouTubers don't know.
A pattern's emerged. This is the third murder.
Angel Paul died in prison 2 years ago. I remember reading about it.
She didn't die in prison. We faked her death, gave her a new identity, and let her out into society.
We are dealing with two very different, deranged personalities here.
What the hell is going on? We're on the same side.
I find criminals and bring them to justice. You find people and kill them.
Right, so it's about a serial killer girl, right? But for some reason the government keep letting her get away with murder, and yeah, it turns out she was the girl they used to hand around to politicians when she was young, and she goes on to kill people, and yeah, they get some guy to pretend he's the one who's killing all these people. Yeah, total government cover up, this one.
It's getting out of hand. These things often do.
Right, what's the other government one? There's a few. Doesn't know. No. Oh. Yes, Kevin Costner. Another one. This is a weird one because I watched this film back in 1987, Then I watched it again, and then I watched it recently, and it has a totally different ending. Like, this film had a really horrible ending, but then I watched it again recently, and no, it had a good ending. It's like, what the... Man, I don't know.
They needed a hero.
I understand he has a background in intelligence.
There's 2 tourists with naval intelligence.
He liked excitement.
Take us somewhere.
He wanted her. Their passion upset the balance of power.
What's all this top secret business I've been hearing about over the Pentagon?
You know I work for Bryce?
And that makes 2 of us.
This one can do things for me like no other woman I've ever met.
Behind the cover-up,
Try and understand.
the power.
The important thing is to abort an investigation before it gets to you.
You haven't told me everything. Who's running this thing at the Pentagon?
The new boy, Farrell.
So we can take the fall in case anything goes wrong.
The loyalty.
I love you. I promise I'll work everything out.
How did you actually meet the Secretary of Defense?
I need a car. It's an emergency.
These people have already tried to kill one person who knew.
We know now. No, you can't take that.
Behind the deceit.
If it were your intention to bring down David Bryce, then I'd have no choice but to make sure that you didn't get away with it.
They mean to kill me, Sam.
Because of the truth, there's no way out. Kevin Costner, Gene Hackman, Sean Young, Will Patton, no way out.
Right. Okay. Right. One of the most amazing films was Billy Jack Goes to Washington. This is a film that was banned for 30 years.
Washington, baby. The big league. Do you know how much money is spent here every week? $12 billion. That's $250 million an hour, up for grabs each and every hour. It's all secret groups, and who you know? Secret groups within the secret groups. Murder is just a way of life here. They murder presidents here, Billy. They murder men who are running for president here. Lobbyists like Dan, they go 1 a week.
There's no country boy. Let me give you a little advice. Pigs get fat. Hogs get slaughtered. Is there someone who's been ordering these hearings canceled?
You know better than that, Joe. What are you worried about?
Nothing, unless the man we appoint as senator begins to ask questions. Something very strange is going on here, and I'm sorry. But I'm not going to vote on that bill until I get a lot of questions answered. We can't do this, Dan. It's all been arranged.
I came here prepared for you. If you so much as open your mouth on that Senate floor tomorrow.
And that is exactly what I think of your threat, Mr. Bailey.
You've already gone too far. You're no longer safe here. That deficiency bill comes up in the Senate tomorrow. Stay away. Just stay away.
Senate will come to order.
Mr. Jack?
Here, the most titanic battle of modern times has broken out in Washington. A new young David, without a slingshot, has risen to do battle on the Senate floor with not one mighty Goliath, but many.
Mr. President, I was guilty as framed. And I was framed because I was going to stand up here and tell that Section 40 is nothing but a nuclear ripoff.
President, will the Senator yield?
No, I will not yield. I stood up the other day, and I tried to address myself to Section 40. And the long arm of Mr. Bailey reached into this sacred chamber, and he grabbed me by the back of the neck.
Go home before they kill you.
Who did hire? FBI? CIA street fighting team?
I'll make public opinion out there in 5 hours. I've done it all my life.
The people's answer to Billy Jack.
The one thing that I really can't buy is policemen who break the law. You think that just because you come marching in here with all these lies, that I'm going to quit? I mean, you know how to manufacture that stuff every time you want to run for an election. Every time you want to stuff a nuclear plant down people's throats, then you know how to manufacture that stuff with your Madison Avenue boys overnight. And then once you get inside this chamber, you forget all about it for the next 6 years. I don't care if all of the Baileys, all of your Baileys, come marching in here with all their armies and all the National Guards, and you fill this chamber with lies. That's all they are, is lies. You think I'm late, don't you? I'm gonna fight for this lost cause until the people rise up and get rid of your party conventions and your political machines and once again have a voice, a voice, a voice.
Yeah, that was amazing because I saw the original Billy Jack film at the cinema, and I loved it. It was just Billy Jack's this kung fu, karate fighting, hip shooting, bike riding, messenger of peace. That's how they advertise the film. It was a totally independent movie. No one wanted to touch it, so him and his family made it, and on a very low budget, but fuck, it was a good movie. It was funny. He's got a reservation of hippies and Native Americans, and these yahoos are trying to fuck with him and mess with his land and his people. And it was very much the ultimate hippie film. But he did one before that called Born Losers. Where he takes on a bikie gang who are kidnapping women. And then there's the trial of Billy Jack, and I saw that at the cinema too. Yeah, that was great. And so as far as I knew, there were only 3 Billy Jack films, and lo and behold, I find out back in 2005 that there was a 4th film made, but it was never released. It was banned for 30 years. It was never released here. And then it was just suddenly released. And just because he was really making some good points about the corruption in the highest places of government. And so I was able to download that film, and I've still got the whole Billy Jack collection somewhere. But so 4 films. And for 30 years I didn't know there was a 4th film. But anyway, a bit of trivia, and oh God, I was excited. And the same with this Canadian band, Clar 2. Around the same time, I always thought they only brought out 4 albums. Then I found out there was a 5th album. And so of course I got that, and it was like I was going back to the 70s. Hearing this, what was it called? Mangeline. Clar 2. Everyone thought they were the Beatles in the 70s. Joined. They thought the Beatles were rejoined, and this new band, Clar 2, were the Beatles. And I knew they weren't. I just loved them, though. Calling Occupants from Interplanetary Craft. Then Clar 2 Hope was the 2nd album. And the 3rd album was... what was the 3rd album? Endangered Species. And the 4th album was On a Routine Day. No, what was it? Anyway, the 4th album they released who they were. Just a talented Canadian band. And I didn't know they released a 5th album. It never got released in Australia because I was buying vinyl back then. And 1983, I think it came out. It's weird how that happens. So, people used to say, how dare you download films, Ken? That's robbery, that's piracy. You know what? I spent thousands going to the movies and buying fucking DVDs and VHSs and, I've supported the fucking industry. And if they're not releasing this shit in Australia, well, why shouldn't I fucking download it so I can watch it, There's so many movies we never got here, and I found them, and if it wasn't for Pirate Bay. Anyway, Billy Jack Goes to... I could probably show that movie, actually, because I think I used to have my I had every movie on my fifth or sixth last channel. I used to have movie night, and I'd play them. And I had all these Aussie films. The Rover, they weren't copywriting you for stuff like that. All these Aussie films I'd show, and all these other ones never got copyrighted. But things change, Like if I showed the Rover now, yeah, I'd get copyrighted, but it didn't back 5 years ago. Let's have a look. I'll just... Tom Laughlin, yeah, he was the actor who played Billy Jack. I used to talk to him actually on Facebook before he died. Very, very privileged, wasn't I? I was just, give him a good accolade about his past films, and his next project was to uncover all this child trafficking, and his son and daughter and that were they were spending a lot of money to do this film about child trafficking in South America, I think it was, and he was a real health nut, I used to follow his channel, and I'm not showing.
They needed a hero.
Yeah. They needed a hero. Anyway. God, it's not showing me history of what I type, and then I have to type again. There it comes. Yeah, Billy Jack. No, not Joel. You idiots. Billy. Oh, God. You'd think it'd find it after I just typed it, but goes to hell. No, it's not. I have to write the actual whole thing. I just... Right, okay. Where's the whole movie? There it is. Let's have a look, see if there's anything about it copyrightable. Nothing. Paul De Lorenzo is able to play it, but it's probably in Spanish. Let's have a look.
This department. He's asking me if I've got any of that material that Foley's committee had on the nuclear contract.
Oh, no.
Do you?
No, I don't know whatever happened to any of that stuff.
I could actually probably play it if that guy's up to download it. Who else has downloaded it? Onto YouTube, I mean. Right, someone else has put it up and it's still there. Yeah, I'd probably get away with playing that. Anyway, here's the epic martial arts scene in his first Billy Jack proper film. It's corny when I watch it now. I was 13. I loved it. Real hero taking on the fucking yobbo bullies. Kudos, he made this film independently. Oh, nasty.
Hey, Gilbert. So special, so above the law. You think you can do just as you please. I told you you'd make a mistake and I'd be waiting.
Watch his feet, man. He can kill you with his feet.
He can do anything he wants with his feet. Do you think those Green Beret karate tricks gonna help you against all these boys?
Well, it doesn't look to me like I really have any choice, now does it?
That's right, you don't.
You know what I think I'm going to do then? Just for the hell of it.
Tell me.
I'm going to take this right foot, and I'm going to whop you on that side of your face. And you want to know something? There's not a damn thing you're going to be able to do about it.
Really?
Really?
Kill that Indian son of a bitch.
Wow, he's quick. I'll spit it up. Why are they all standing back? One at a time, fellas. Ooh. Oh, good cop. Anyway. Blast from the past, Crazy. Capricorn 1, yeah, I love that film. I'd love to show that. Actually, Smurfy Girl showed that film that was one of her last videos. Danny, she used to do movie nights, and then they just kept copyrighting it months and, a year later. Yeah, what's happened to Danny? You remember her, don't you, Dean? How you going, Dean? Yeah. I was just showing conspiracies and government and stuff. I haven't even covered the Charlie Kirk shit, but that's just a never-ending rabbit hole if ever I saw one. And I don't know. It's all just the same as that pretend Trumpy assassination ear thing, and they killed his ear and it grew back the next day. And they're lying about Charlie Kirk's murder and they know it. Redacted. Right. I was just talking about Charlie Kirk, and of course it shows up in the feed as soon as I talk about it. It's weird. Oh God, this guy behind me is still working at 7:52 p.m. There's this industrialness today. Next door to me was doing the same. Grinding and sawing and chainsawing and hammering and bashing and the government sucked. Anyone who trusts the government thinks the government's got our best interests. Fuck 'em. Anyway. Yeah, good movie, Capricorn 1, I was saying. And I saw a bunch of mates back then. When was it? 1977? And they're going, hey, kid, You've been saying the moon landing was fake. I'll say that before that film come out. And they go, this is just what you've been saying. So I must have been onto it. I just remember that because I probably was. I was probably saying, no, I think they faked it. It's all done in a studio. Red Hot Chili Peppers song says, NASA's just a stage in a Hollywood studio. Yeah. Anyway, eat your wheat bix, kids. I've got wheat bix in the back there. Just emergency food. Bruno loves wheat bix, don't you, Bruno? Every little puppy dog I've had to raise, I gave him wheat bix. Oh, you're still going, mate. Looking for something new? Yeah, I am actually. You just show me fucking people I don't even fucking know. What the hell? Oh my God. Anyway, I've got to stay on topic, Conspiracies. Yeah, they live. Actually, maybe I can play this normal. God. Yeah. Yeah, ODD TV. I liked his music actually, but hear it. He's a bit sassy. I heard he's back in jail. ODD TV. Monsanto.
ODD TV. Payday Monsanto. Let's get it, homie.
We sleep. Time
to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. I came here to kick some ass just like Roddy Piper. These motherfuckers that walk among us, they got me hyper. But don't be chewing that bubble gum, it's got aspartame. It's a chemical directly targeted at your brain. Just like the fluoride that they put in the water supply. And all the geoengineering we got in the sky. I'm trying to tell you and I hope that you're hearing me clearly. This ain't no bullshit speculation, conspiracy theory. They live and they're controlling every move you make. From the apartment that you live in to the juice you drink. They give you television to help you ignore this prison while feeding you genetically modified organisms. They want us like the Walking Dead, just obey and consume. Don't worry about anything, keep awaiting your doom. To all my warriors out there, this is indeed my call. It's time to put a fucking end to this elite cabal. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep beep. Time Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elites. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elites.
There's my Roddy Ratty.
Their spinning ball earth, it's remarkable. All their arguments are absolutely fucking farcical. It's clearly been shown your problems aren't resolvable. Your theory has been blown into tiny little particles. The pharmacological drugs they got the masses on precludes them from putting their rowdy Roddy Piper glasses on. And even when they do, they're unable to gaze too straight. Cause for most of them, it's way too late for them to see past their
Yeah, I've lost me Roddy Ratty Piper glasses. Where are my sunnies? I don't need them anyway. I can see the bullshit happening. My eyes adjusted to what is really the subliminary messages, and I don't even need sunglasses anymore, because I think it's bad to block the natural sunlight out of your eyes. I don't know. And yeah, except when you're driving right in the sun, then yeah, you need them then. But
they will not be listening to anything outside their paradigm imprisonment. They are ensconced in a nonsensical certitude, brainwashed by devils to revel in their servitude. It's idiocracy, pure hypocrisy. Waking these dummies up, it used to mean a lot to me. But nowadays I wanna tip their canoes, and as they drown, tell them this is what you get when you snooze.
They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elites. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elites.
Put on these glasses or start eating that trash.
Yes. That's right. Well, quite a few people had the Roddy Ratty Piper sunglasses on during the COVIDs, at least. I did. Now I'll see all these weird creatures wearing these face masks and stuff. That was scary. Is watching TV. Yes, sir. I watched the latest Dexter series. Pretty much the same old thing. He's got to kill some bad person and shit. Another aeroplane going over. Oh, God. Here's a song that won't get me copyright.
They feed us lies from our birth into our death. No one has ever proven Earth's rotation yet. Hiding the truth, and they lie right to your face. Don't let the media Earth doesn't swirl, and that's the truth. We've seen the BS lies on the TV all the time. Do a bit of research and you'll prove Earth doesn't swirl, and that's the truth. See through the lies before it becomes too late. The programming your mind to indoctrinate. They show us cartoons and they say it's outer space. They do admit that the globe is Photoshop. Earth doesn't swirl, and that's the truth. You've seen the BS lies on the TV all the time. Do a bit of research and you'll prove Earth doesn't swirl, and that's the truth. The truth does see through lies. Earth doesn't swirl, and that's the truth. We've seen the BS lies on the TV all the time. Do a bit of research and you'll prove Earth doesn't swirl, and that's the truth. The truth does open eyes. Earth doesn't move. Earth doesn't move. Earth doesn't swirl, and that's the truth. Earth doesn't swirl. We've seen the BS lies on the TV all the time. Do a bit of research and you'll prove Earth doesn't swirl. Earth doesn't swirl, and that's the truth. Earth doesn't swirl. Earth doesn't swirl, and that's the truth. Earth doesn't swirl. Earth doesn't swirl, and that's the truth.
Yeah, so that was Scotty Leverrealm singing and his band. Nah, that was good. Like, God, he's got a good voice, Scott. He's done well. Let's see. Right, okay. There's another song Dean's put in, Rose 777. Actually, I don't know if I've ever watched the channel, but I'll give it a go. God. It's music time. Music break. Acoustic, I like it.
We're told of places we'll never go. Should we just quit searching? 'Cause they told us so. Some of us feeling there's something ain't alright. Some people were lied to, 'cause some people lied. No more will the wisest time priest Nobel Prizes carry such a weight. His words in a book.
To bed early at Sunday, school's back on Monday. Clock into that desk, son, and do what you're told. The years might fly by, and don't you ask why. Not one thing has changed now, you're 40 years old. And you can end up just like me. It only takes just one look to see. Don't let them tell you can't see that far. Look up through the waters and dance with the stars. And if your horizon keeps rising, you don't need your eyes on the ball. Don't let them tell you can't see that far. You don't need the edge of the earth to know where you are. If this burden you carry should feel stationary, stand straight and walk strong and go far.
You're the apple of his eye. You can't be but right where you are. Don't let them tell you can't see that far. Look up through the waters, go dance with the stars. And if your horizon keeps rising, you don't need your eyes on the ball. Don't let them tell you can't see that far. You don't need the edge of the earth to know where you are. You don't need the edge of the earth to know where you are.
Yeah, so it's very hard to find this Amber Plastic song. Oh, it's a great song, and it's just not here anymore. The earth is flat. Or something like that. The world is. The world. Can't even find her channel. No, it's not even showing either. Okay. I've got my new keyboard and they didn't deliver it here like they have with every other fucking thing I've ordered. No, I have to go to the post office, which is fucking 5 miles up the road. Fucking cunts. And I go, oh, thanks for your delivery, but, you know, now I have to walk fucking 5 miles up the road. You know, you normally deliver it to me home. What's fucking changed, you fucks? Well, I didn't say fuck so many times, but anyway. No, I probably didn't even say fuck. You know, you got to be careful what you say emails. Okay, they won't play that one. I'll play another one that I play often. I haven't played it for a while. Why is it that? Oh, she still has a channel though. Okay, anyway, I'll play this beautiful heavenly song. Oh. wrong channel. I've got 3 YouTubes open at the moment. Carmageddon, I played that last time, I think. Played it too many times. This is to help Joe sleep. He's been watching this while he's trying to sleep, and hopefully this song will help him go to sleep. And good night, Joe. Thanks for that, Dean. That was pretty good.
Emptiness with verbalized imagining built on pillars hanging from nothing, sapphire expansion, strong like molten looking glass, stretched out like a tent for us to dwell in. It's geocentric, this realm we are all wandering in. It's geocentric,
the risk of death from COVID. And the
Hey guys, I'm here with my German friend Inak und auch constructions today. Genau. A lot of people pronounce his surname Hunt, but it's und. So Inak Hunt.
I watch TV a lot. It destroys the part of the brain that is actually responsible for learning in our children and ourselves, which is known as the ventral striatum. Medically speaking, what recent studies have shown is it is the equivalent of smoking 15 cigarettes a day.
Oh, they used to say that about a cone.
So
They'd say
simply,
one
we'd be better off
marijuana
our
cone
children, handing them
was
a pack of cigarettes and a fifth of whiskey
like
and then
20
sending them
cigs
into
a day, and I go,
will be by
come on,
How does that work out?
I was staying at a friend's place in Victoria somewhere, and these are his neighbours. Kangaroos. Hello. Hello, mate. That's quite a big kangaroo. You probably can't tell on the camera, but it'd be nearly as tall as I am. I'm 4'8". Maybe close to 6 foot. The other one there is probably a bit smaller. But it's lovely to be in a place, come out in the morning and have a coffee. You know, you've got kangaroos just there. It's beautiful. Wait, don't piss off. Yeah, he's a big boy. Off to the beach. 90 Mile Beach.
Perfect sunny day.
Nothing like a windy city where the station wagon died, where the wild dogs beat fences and the horseman fences right, where the flatland meet on flatlands and the caravans whole life. I'm sitting in a mango running it tight. Ride on a big train, 50 cars all aboard.
90 Mile Beach.
But it's sitting on a long river, heavy up, dragging the line through the rain. And everyone's better with the suntan.
This is Bruno's Beach. Don't listen to no one.
Still a black man star. No one and nobody wants
2,000 come on.
Done it, look around. Water. Pub where you can eat outside next to the water. And on the other side there's a surf beach, which we were at yesterday. We'll go to again before I leave. Bloody peaceful. Perfect weather, maybe 27 or something, 28. And Annie, who loves the water,
Swimming.
we're going to get some rope on her and we're going to let her out. I'll sit down on the sand and have myself a beer. Annie, years. Okay. Cantaloupe, rockmelon, water. And he's connected to a nice long rope, which is connected to my leg. Not go too far.
Very good memories. Sean, back in, that was 2021. 2022, a year later, he has a stroke and another one. And because he tried to get off of Fexel cold turkey, and you can't do that or it'll kill you when you've been on that drug for 10 years. And he didn't even get told about any of that. He just stopped taking them and had a stroke. Yeah, pharmaceuticals. That's what killed Sean. This year, he died. God bless his soul. He spent many a year having a good old laugh. Yep. Sean was a funny guy. Known since the early 80s. And he's like a brother to me. Yeah, he fucked up a few times, but don't we all? And last few years has been like, yeah, everyone in my life's dropping like flies, including the animal world. Fuck, it sucks getting old. You know, it's like you're going through a war and you're watching all these people die around you and nothing you can do. Just how it is, you know. Oh, I still got a lot of me female mates I've known ever since the fucking 70s and 80s, but yeah, women live longer. It's just how it is. Good on them. Deserve to, having children and shit. Nah, it's getting. At least I still got Bruno. There he is on the bed. Yeah. And then I got a stepdaughter and two little girls. They're meant to come down this weekend. I don't know if I got a message. Haven't checked the phone all day. How do you work this fucking thing? No message. Anyway, don't know. Cup day. Cup weekend. Melbourne Cup, you know, and they flogged them horses to death. Fuckers. I hate fucking horse racing. I always have. I just hate that animals being used as sports. Greyhounds. Dogs going over to fucking wars. Police dogs getting stabbed all the time. Fuck that shit. Leave dogs out of human shit. Human fucking violent crap. No, I always hate working dogs and police dogs and army dogs. Get fucked. I mean, working dogs as far as sheep. Yeah, no, that's fine. Oh, those Blue Hills love that shit. But not in fucking situations where they could get fucking killed any moment. Oh, they got mine sniffing dogs. Yeah, what a great idea. Who thought of that? Yeah, so I don't know. I wonder how many people believe the Charlie Kirk thing was just some lone gunman. Just like the Aurora, the Parkland, the Sandy Crook, the fucking. Just where it goes. The Port Arthur, the Christchurch. I know what it's like to uncover a conspiracy, and it's like in real life, but it's not good. Hey, you don't want to know. There's shit you don't want to know. You don't want to do nothing, but once you know, what the fuck? How can you not talk about it? Anyway, I'm turning this fucking thing off. Oh no, computer's going mental. Here it is, no guest tonight. Well, I wasn't planning on having guests anyway, so. But I thought maybe afterwards. But what is it? 8:33. Yeah, I wanted to show some old vids, but no, the hard drive platform thingy just doesn't work. This shit makes you think there's something wrong with your hard drive, and it's probably just the thing you're plugging it into because it's made from China. And, anyway, here's some real news over 8 days ago. God. God, I thought it was sped up because Shapiro talks like he's sped up. I swear. Like, if you listen to this guy talk, it's like he's on fast forward. Nah, not a genocide.
Peace for Israel deserves a powerful partner.
Wow, these tech gurus really don't seem to value human life, right?
It's like they all belong to a
Prime Minister's on trial again, right?
God, that sucks.
Breaking news tonight, our greatest ally decided to stop genocide.
Oh, probably because their Prime Minister's on trial again, right?
Shapiro-Stein, take it away.
Where are all the people who kept yelling about genocide? Where did they go? Like, seriously, where did they go? Because all the people who are screaming about genocide now, poof, they're just gone.
Straight up, Ben, tell us more about how it's not even a genocide.
Now, imagine that you're fighting like a real genocide, an actual genocide, not a fake genocide like what's happening in Gaza, which is not by any stretch of the imagination or any definition ever a genocide. And a deal happened to stop the genocide. All the people who were fighting to stop it just disappeared. They didn't say this is a good thing. They didn't give credit. Like nothing. They just go totally silent. What might that tell you about those people? They don't actually care about the supposed genocide.
Thanks, Shapiro-Stein. Now everyone is going to believe you. Anyways, tonight's episode of Jake GTV News is proudly brought to you by our partners at Palantir. Finish them off.
We deliver Sand People death on time, every time. Because Peace for Israel deserves a powerful partner.
Wow, these tech gurus really don't seem to value human life, right?
It's like they all belong to a certain group with certain beliefs and tiny hats. Right, John? That's actually a pretty accurate description.
Honestly, they definitely had Jesus crucified.
Straight up. Hopefully Shapiro-Stein doesn't get us fired like Candace Owens.
Just because we killed Jesus doesn't mean we can't appropriate the Holy Land and use the fake Star of David. That has nothing to do with King David to usher in the New World Order. Just ask Satan.
I say as a Christian, it should be mandated to go to Israel before you get to heaven.
There it is.
It will be the best.
We will welcome you.
Like
in
I tell
Jerusalem and
Americans-
Nazareth and the Sea of Galilee and all the places that you hear about.
Wow, I wonder how the Israelis feel about Christians. Michael reports live from the Holy Land.
Here among streets that date back to Jesus, but the mere mentioning of his name pisses these people off. Stop spitting on me, you cards.
They don't actually do that, do they?
Yeah, they actually do. They literally spit on Christians in Israel.
All right, that's it. Maybe the guy with the mustache had a point after all.
Shut it down. We get kicked out of every country for no reason, and facts are antiseptic. Dennis, don't you dare mention Jesus again. Back to the goy slop.
Pretty sure Jesus didn't want you murdering thousands of innocent sand people, did he? Satan, explain how you're going to stop these Christian influencers.
Christian influencers. Okay. You said, we talked about the woke right. And he said, I call it the woke Reich. That's a brilliant observation. We're going to have to use the tools of battle. You know, the weapons change over time. And the most important purchase that is going on right now is TikTok. TikTok, number one. We have to fight the fight. And the other one, what's the other one that's most important? X. That's very good.
A cesspool of anti-Semitism.
Straight up. Did you see the orange dude exposing the Adelson family, basically blackmailing him?
You've got to be kidding me.
No, seriously, check this out.
There's a lot of pressure put on these presidents. It was put on me too, but I didn't yield to the pressure. But every president for decades said, we're going to do it. The difference is I kept my promise and officially recognized the capital of Israel and moved the American embassy to Jerusalem. Isn't that right, Miriam? Look at Miriam. She's back there. Stand up, Miriam. Stand up. Miriam and Sheldon would come into the office. They'd call me. I think they had more trips to the White House than anybody else I can think of. Look at her sitting there so innocently. Miriam, stand up, please. She really is. I mean, she loves this country. What do you love more, the United States or Israel? She refused to answer. That might mean Israel, I must say.
After everything we've seen this week, I genuinely think he deserves a Nobel Peace Prize.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. Even the newsroom here is talking about it.
We've sure had fun discussing how peaceful he is, but the actual winner went to a politician in Venezuela. Here's why.
And I promise one day we'll have a close relationship between Venezuela and Israel. And I believe, and I can announce this, that our government will move our Israeli embassy to Jerusalem.
What a surprise she supports the bankers and global elites. Like, bro, they're not even actual Semites and they worship Satan.
Shut it down! Everybody meet in the break room for 15 minutes of celebrating our new Moshiach. We have provided donuts for the Goyim and pizza for the executives.
Yeah, Jackie was so based.
I think it was Producer Berg.
Attention, staff. Enjoy your 15-minute break. Please finish your goy slop and avoid talking about Jackie.
Isn't this the same room Producer Berg took Jackie in for questioning?
I'm not trying to get JFK. Let's get out of here.
I heard that. Whoever said that is getting buried right next to Jackie, the Epstein files, and let's not forget Charlie Kirkberg, the Jew lover. Dennis, say tolerance is strength.
Tolerance is strength, right, Dave? Tolerance is strength, right, team?
Tolerance is strength, Nathan.
You guys are such pussies. Christ is king.
Good on you.
Thanks, Ching Chong. That is absolutely based. And if you're still not following Jake GTV, turns out you're not based. Most likely, retarded.
No, Ching Chong's based. She's cool. Oh god, that's funny. I love that channel. There should be more, like, oh god, enough of that stuff. But yeah. What is it? 8:42 p.m. I haven't got much more to show, really. Yeah, I mean, I shouldn't even be tired. It's Australia, for fuck's sake. I don't go to bed at fucking 9 o'clock. Fuck. Why am I getting so tired lately? Right, so okay, Odyssey. What's on Odyssey? Let's have a look. Nothing. Fuckers. That's weird. Hey, no new. See, Jeff Berrick's was banned from YouTube, but now he's got a YouTube channel back, and he doesn't even bother putting it on Odyssey. But I don't know how he's. It's weird. They're letting all these people who are very antiseptic now suddenly back on YouTube. Jake GTV, that was banned for a week and then suddenly back. I don't know. It's very strange. Very, very strange. Is it a honey trap? Who knows? Anyway, there's me, Ken F. Rotman. Roddy reviews the news, and yeah, I think I have. Let's see how. Oh yeah, Sky News. Oh god, they're just Anyway, look at this funny fucking. Oh. Like, Greta went on the flotilla voyage and the second time, and, they just mocked the shit out of her on every news media. But Israel's come out with a total mock show about Greta, and look how hilarious this is. It's so funny. Oh, right.
Where? On TikTok? No, yet. Oh.
No, this is Israeli humor anyway. And Sky News think it's fucking hilarious. Apparently, yeah. For a start, it's women. There's not many good women comedians, but let alone Israeli one. Oh, what? Barbra Streisand, come on.
Land! I see land! Where? On TikTok? No! Land! Over there! Gaza! We are here! We have come to save you! Stop the war! Stop the war!
Guys, amazing news! They stopped the war!
What? They signed a ceasefire after we demanded a ceasefire?
Yeah.
How dare they?
What? She's humiliated. I don't think so.
Jews are slaughtering Christians in Nigeria? Nigeria will be free from the jungle to the tree! Nigeria will be free!
Wait, apparently it's Muslims that are doing the killing. Yeah, Jews had nothing to do with it.
So where is the fun? It's not juicy. It's not juicy.
I mean, we can always go back to fight global warming.
Global warming? What are we, 12?
I mean, I can't even watch anymore. That's just so fucking pathetic. That's meant to be funny, and oh god, that was just fucking painful to watch. But anyway, yeah, God bless Greta. Good on her. Good on Greta. Despite the fuckery of global warming and shit, Anyway. Yeah, God, I've heard the stories about the flotilla people, how they were treated. Oh, it's horrendous. That wasn't on the news, was it? I guess not. But, God, they do 8 minutes of showing this supposed comedy shit. And how there's no genocide. That's all this is about. Oh, God. All these fucking puppet heads. I'm just scanning through it. It's horrible. What a fucked up, unjustful, world we're in. There is no justice. Okay, let's go back to Australia anyway.
Interesting.
Allen's Victoria, identity politics reigns
Oh,
supreme.
beautiful.
Your identity, as long as you're not a heterosexual white male, is your most important attribute. However, the
Oh,
identity...
God, at least my friend Cammy tried to look like a woman, you know. Well, yeah, a lot of people did look like does look like a woman. Like, put an effort into it, but how is... Like, that's a disgrace to the trans community. Like, most, you know, the trans of the past, they tried to look like a woman. Like, a little bit of fucking, you know, what do you call it? Decor, you know, they didn't try to do this half-ass fucking looking shit. What the fuck, you know? Like, Cammy used to come on my streams all the time, and everyone thought, well, you know, she was a woman and had no idea she used to be a guy. You know, like Blair White. Anyway, I'm digressing.
important attribute. However, the identity that trumps all is your Aboriginality. If you identify as Aboriginal, the Victorian government wants to treat you more favourably. Yes, it's divisive. Yes, it's immoral, but the government just doesn't seem to care. Take, for example, the recent policy in St Vincent's Hospital, Melbourne, giving Aboriginal patients priority treatment in emergency departments. If you're Aboriginal, you will automatically be triaged as at least Category 3, no matter how minor your affliction, potentially placing non-Indigenous people who have more serious clinical concerns behind you in the queue. In my opinion, that simply isn't ethical. But now Ambulance Victoria is in on it too. Thank you to the viewer who sent this in. The ABC ran a piece titled Ambulance Victoria to start asking patients if they are Aboriginal. The first question that comes to mind is, why? Why does it matter? If you're Aboriginal or Asian or anything else,
yes.
Don't all our bodies work the same? Do some treatments only work on certain ethnic groups? Oh.
No, look, if they start asking me that, I'll go, yeah, definitely, yeah. I'm a quarter blood. Yeah, so do I get special privileges?
Mr. Robinson, because you're Aboriginal, here's some witchy scrub paste to put on your burns. We keep the real medicine for non-Aboriginal people. And treatment for burns used by some Aboriginal tribes.
I've eaten witchetty grubs before, fried on a barbecue, not bloody raw like they eat it, but it wasn't actually bad. You know, it was. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of protein in a witchetty grub. Oh, fuck. And they tasted like I don't know, a little bit cheesy almost, but like a prawn. But yeah, it was quite easy to eat anyway. When they're cooked. But yeah, I felt a need to do that for a while. So. Yeah.
Ambulance Victoria published news recently about Sissy Austin, a proud Aboriginal woman, shown in the middle here with the paramedics who helped her, who was brutally attacked while out running in a state forest. It was a terrible crime. I'm not here to take anything away from that. But her statement is interesting. The article reported, in a moment that would become pivotal in her healing journey, she asked paramedics Jack Shaw and Jordan Douglas if they knew whose country they were on. Their immediate and respectful acknowledgement of Wadawurrung country gave her a sense of cultural safety and comfort. That moment was incredibly healing and comforting for me, Sissy said. When Jack and Jordan acknowledged the country we were on, I knew I was safe in their care.
That's beautiful.
Quite frankly, if I were an Aboriginal person and in need of immediate medical attention, seeing a
I like
paramedic
these
approaching,
photos.
I
They're
would immediately know I was safe in their care.
funny.
I surely don't need them to verify if they know which
I'm not
Aboriginal
drunk.
tribal lands they are on in order to make me feel safe. As long as they know how to treat my injury, that's all I should really worry about. Surely this cultural safety BS is of no consequence when your life is on the line.
Nah, a bit of maggot therapy's good. You know, like if you've got an open wound, let the blowflies get to it, because those maggots will eat all the dead flesh. And, oh fuck, I'm all for maggot therapy. I think it's beautiful, and it heals burns miraculously. You know, controlled bandaging of maggots is, you know, they did away with it back in the 30s or 40s. Here comes another airplane. But sounds like a Cessna. That's not the one that buzzes the town all the time. Actually, yeah, I don't see many planes like that one. That's like a small one. Anyway. Yeah, so maggot therapy's good. Vinegar's good. Right, well, I digress. Back to the story, I guess.
Furthermore, if I were a paramedic and somebody asked me what country we're on, I would surely answer Australia, because that's a legal and geographical fact. In what world is it the duty of a paramedic, whose primary goal is to look after sick and injured people and transport them safely to a medical facility?
Shit, I forgot to welcome everyone to country before when I started the stream. Damn.
To learn all about traditional Aboriginal place names. Surely, if they save the patient from further injury or death, then they've done their job, and done it well. In the article, they also note that in February 2025, Sissy launched Take Back the Track, a national movement and annual day of recognition for women and gender-diverse runners who have experienced violence.
Oh.
What about male runners? Do they never experience violence? Well, here's one, 9 News. Man stabbed while jogging in Melbourne's north. It's always Victoria, isn't it? Of course, Ambulance Victoria have a gender equality action plan, as if female and male paramedics aren't paid exactly the same, a reconciliation action plan, and my personal favourite, their inclusive language guide. Oh, it's a goldmine of woke nonsense. For example, paramedics shouldn't say part Aboriginal, they should just say Aboriginal. Apparently, you're either full Aboriginal...
Hey, I'm even in their own culture. I've got Aboriginal friends who are sort of half white. They get called pasties, creamies, you know. Yeah. But they're still, you know, it's like a joke with them anyway. They all laugh about it, you know. Hey, pasty. They don't care. It's not like... Even in their own community, they mock each other if they're half Aboriginal, you know. It's not too... Anyway, this is just fucking bullshit.
You're not. You shouldn't call teenagers teenagers. You should refer to them as young people between 12 and 18 years.
Oh, yeah.
You shouldn't call somebody blind. They simply have a case of vision diversity, don't you know? You should use phrases like hearing person for someone who is not deaf. For example, 3 hearing persons attacked me with machetes in Victoria. Never refer to someone as a mother or a father. That's assuming their gender. Always refer to them as a parent or caregiver. Manpower? No, no, no. People power. Don't even think about saying someone was born male. That's discriminatory. Instead, you must say assigned or presumed male. Sex change? No. Gender affirmation. No matter what a person looks like, never call them a refugee. They're Australian, don't you know? Never describe a person as black, brown or yellow. You should now label them as person of colour. That doesn't sound racist at all. For example, in your paramedic report, you should write, I encountered a person of colour, Australian hearing person with vision diversity with their penis stuck in the door jamb, assigned or presumed male, caregiver of 3 Australian young people between 12 and 18 years using their people power to try to remove said penis from the door jamb. Penis was amputated, resulting in immediate gender affirmation. And that's how Ambulance Victoria went woke.
Yeah, well, that's it. Here on, when I go to hospital, I'm an Aboriginal. I identify as an Aboriginal whenever I go to hospital. From now on, I didn't get the bit about the cock being caught in the door jam, but anyway, I'll get the joke later. Yeah, so it's 9 p.m. now. On the 29th of the 10th, 2025. And it's going to be Halloween soon. Oh, yeah, all these poor putty cats and puppy dogs and innocent animals slaughtered, let alone the more serious mob who will kill babies. But yeah, let's all celebrate Halloween. Oh, Ruction's on, that fucking sellout. The real Ruction. Incredible dangerous. Bill proposed to ban masks at protests. That's Sky News story. Yeah, I don't know. Right. The cops are wearing masks. Anyway. Oh, what's Sandy talking about? Oh, fuck. Let's have a look.
Taking on the donut. And we're all screaming. Are we screaming?
Oh, it's a Mandela effect.
There have been several Mandela effects with the movie Scream over the years.
Oh, no.
From it being based on a true story.
What?
To the glittery robe and gloves. We probably should have done that one first. I don't know if they've all seen the glittery globe and robe.
This already sounds mental.
Glitterly, I can't talk.
Literally.
Robe and gloves.
You're literally just messed up.
Oh, gosh.
That's funny.
To the long, drawn-out scream mask. Okay, next.
Yeah.
Hey, Nate X.
There are 2.
Oh, get fucked.
Okay. There are 2 new Mandela effects for me in Scream. The first is the first phone Drew Barrymore uses in the beginning of the first film. Not this phone, the other phone she uses.
What?
Their phone?
Yeah, she uses another phone.
Yeah, they had mobile phones throughout the house.
Yeah, she's moving around the house.
Oh.
Before grabbing the portable phone, she answers the corded phone on the end table. What color was that phone? Now, I know you guys hate these, but it's wrong for me.
I fucking hate it.
Was it black, white, or black and white?
Oh,
and you can guess. Guessing is fine. Was the phone black, white or black and white. It was
fuck.
this type of phone. Obviously not the, was that alligator skin?
Yeah, it looks
Weird.
like
It looks like, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Crocodile.
Whatever you... I never watched this movie, old man, on this one.
No
Yeah,
area code
like,
on that number.
we watched the movie. We didn't go, hang on, right now she's using this phone and then she's using another phone. It's like people are watching the
Yeah, I
story.
would have to say black.
Color of a fucking phone.
I'm gonna go with the indecisive one, number 3, black and white.
Are you guessing or do you remember it?
I'm just guessing, and yeah.
Oh, splatter is so patient.
I'm kind of
We've
happy.
got
to say
white
Time's
from
white.
Parody Mike.
Oh no. I'm white. Okay, you're proud of that?
It's okay. It's
Rainbow
all
says
right to be
LJ.
white.
I
I'm
guess
native.
white since flesh is not an option, says Pushin.
There you go. Yeah.
Hello,
was
the
just-
fourth wise man. Welcome.
I was just thinking we hadn't heard flesh in like the last 3 or 4 color,
So
present-
this will go on for 5 minutes, Oh, what? And it takes 5 minutes for her to say what she remember. Oh,
presentations that you've done. We're asking, it's like, man,
I
at least
don't
had
know.
flesh in a while.
It was just in the last one too for some reason.
Yeah, it was in the last show. But Josh, to be fair, Josh wasn't here yet, I don't think.
Oh, okay, yeah. That'll do it.
I remember 2 phones, but not the color, says Nate.
I just remember the
All
one. I just remember the cordless actually. Come to think of it.
who remembers a fucking color of a phone
Alright,
in a
we can go
movie? I mean, for fuck's sake.
I don't remember this at all. I remember both the
colour
corded and the
knickers was
cordless
she
were
wearing?
white phones for me. But now they are black and white.
I was
and
right.
I don't remember that. Yeah, I know. I don't remember that at all. That's
Oh,
wrong.
wow.
The handset was
the
white.
movie's changed.
The cordless one was white.
No, it was all the phones were white. I don't remember the black handset with the white cord.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah, right. Okay.
It's
well,
okay, the fourth wise man.
for
Because if
fuck's
you fell
sake.
asleep with the show on, it was still playing. Hey,
Yeah,
Quad
and
effect.
you'll probably get it subliminally anyway.
What?
Exactly.
What is Sandy? This one. It's like. Oh,
Flesh.
fuck. This is like mental illness, I'm sorry, but to be.
Yeah, parody Mike. Exactly. Wow, that looks
maybe
weird as
like
hell.
screaming
Exactly.
to-
Makes you want to scream.
Exactly. Exactly.
Dress
Black
up
and
as
white,
what?
like a tux.
It's like saying, oh, fuck. In Star Wars, who remembers what Callum Stone was like 500 meters away from Luke Skywalker when he's looking at the 2 suns, I don't know. It's just mental, Oh, for fuck's sake. How can your brain go that way, I remember it being this colour. Well, how's that going to affect your life from here on, you remember it another way, okay? I don't give a fuck that there's 4 people in the car now, there's 6 in JFK. I don't give a fuck that I always knew C-3PO had 2 gold legs. And that life is like a box of chocolates become was. And, doesn't make any difference to my life. I don't know why you worry about a colour of a phone. Fuck. Oh, God. Anyway, let's see where they go with this mental lunacy.
And I don't remember that weeping look. And I don't, especially it bulging out of the mask. I don't remember it bulging out like that.
No.
That looks wrong to me. That looks so wrong. Especially from the side.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
The eyes look right
The
to
top.
me.
I don't got a problem with it.
The top left is the poster.
Right here, yeah.
And the top one.
Oh, yeah.
Where did you getting these photos from?
Looks right to me. I've got a knockoff one, but
Oh, they don't look right to me at all. That doesn't look right to me at all.
I put mine over top of my fire alarm thing, so when it goes off, it's like a box with a speaker in it. So when it goes off, that thing's screaming at me.
Anyway, I don't know why
Quantum says, Sandy described exactly what you remember. I'll make an AI version. Thank you, Quantum. All different realities, exactly.
What I want to go off? I want it to go off, please. Fuck. Oh, God, that was a mind walk just watching 2 minutes. Phew. And there's people go, oh, yeah, you're right, Sandy. Yeah, you say right. So, what? So you're watching screen, you remember what colour the phone was, back in 1990, whatever. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, you remember the car in that movie with Ferris Bueller's Day Off, where he was on the, a big parade? No. You remember what coloured socks Jack Nicholson was wearing in One Flew Cuckoo's Nest in at least 1 hour into the film? No. Oh, God, for fuck's sake. It's scraping the bottom of the barrel of Mandela. It's just mental. Why? And she's got like all these viewers. Anyway, they'll throw anyone on the bus when they get a newbie. Oh, we got a newbie who's actually a troll who's from, but followed Ken here to troll him here, and no, we'll let him on for the next 6 months and let him abuse every cunt and make like 20 people leave the channel, but no one will listen to me. No. There's no honor in that channel, that's for sure. I'll just throw you on the bus if they think some guy that might seem okay at the start. And, no, we won't listen to anyone warning us. And fucking. Anyway. Still can't hear any frogs. It rained for 2 days, and it's a fucking worry. Anyway.
It's 6:30 a.m. We are out in what is known as the dawn chorus. This life awakens to the day. Just having a think, folks, about all these heavy metals alone that we breathe in, never mind all the other stuff. Some of them are industrial salts, like the barium and the aluminiums and such, folks. And as well as being toxic, they're a hindrance to your immune system, and your body's constantly fighting to detox from these very salts, folks. And this is why so many of us are just tired all the time, no energy, because there's this internal battle being waged between these unnatural elements and our immune systems, folks. You know, the war that we're in now, that people don't even see as a war, through these silent weapons used in this quiet war. These weapons against us are very, very real. And there's a war going on that people just don't get, don't understand, and don't want to understand when you try and point it out to them. You know, but when you do your research on the things like strontium and barium and aluminium, you know, all these heavy metals that are ingested through these trails and through the injections and things, folks. You know, the truth is there. And it's very difficult to continue living in an environment that's putrefied and bombarded constantly. And it's not just for us, it's all the animals, it's every living, breathing thing, the trees, the grasses, the microbes, etc. You know, nothing is safe from this stuff, folks. Nothing whatsoever. You know, and all these things we've got to think about constantly. We have to think about them because it's ongoing. It affects our every living, waking, sleeping moment, folks. Every breath we take, every ingestion that we make, whether it's through the food or the water or the air that we breathe, folks, is designed at the moment to make us wheeze and sneeze and freeze when you look at some of these ice nucleating particulates that they drop down on us, folks. None of it's natural. And as far as I'm concerned, none of it's normal, apart from the fact now that it's being accepted by the masses as normal, because they don't want to know. They don't want to think outside the fucking box of this matrix that they're in, folks. But, you know, these salts are an assault on every living, breathing thing, folks, and they make it very difficult for us to get through each day. It's as simple as that. More and more people are saying that they're being diagnosed with this, that, and the other thing, even Alzheimer's disease, dementias. And it's just crazy, folks. And they're being told that it's anything but these fake environmental toxins that are being foisted on us, folks. We're being bombarded with, and the radiation in air constantly, yeah, messing with your oxygen levels. So we're going to head back in a minute. I'm going to get these two fed as the day awakens. Just have a think, folks. I'll keep on doing these videos because, you know, at least I'm doing something. You know, I don't want to ever just sit and think that I should have done more, or I never did fuck all. And somebody pointed out yesterday that one of my videos, I had a bit of a angry ranting, you know, and that I should probably steer clear of the anger. But the anger is needed. It's given me as a fuel. You know, it's how I vent the frustrations, for not just me, for a lot of us that understand what's going on, folks. I have to have that anger. I don't feel ill by that anger. I feel kind of empowered by the anger, folks, and I use that anger as my energy, because it is. It is. It's my biofield. It's my electricity. Yeah, I'm going to give that off rather than it being fucking stolen from me, folks. My soul will never be stolen. It will never be sold or even on loan, folks. It's mine, all fucking mine, and it shows, I hope, in the videos that I produce. As shitty as they are, folks. As shitty as they are, I kid you not. Right, we're nearly home. That's where we live here. Yeah, come in, lad. We've got breakfast. You want your breakfast? He's going to cock his leg up any minute now. He'll do his little dance. His pre-cock his leg up dance he does. You might well stare at me. Come on, let's go and get something to eat.
His dogs are really well looked after. Anyway, I think this will be the last beer of the night. I'm only averaging like 5 beers a night lately. Sometimes 4. But yeah, they're not 6 stubby streams anymore. That's, you get older, your drinking level gets down, and at least I'm drinking pure, natural, no additives or preservatives. Look at that, How legend is that? What a good beer. Anyway, government conspiracies, yeah. They're everywhere. In every country. It's ridiculous how they demonise the word conspiracy. The government labelled that term. Kangaroo Court of Australia. I haven't played that for a while. It's got a new bit out. So I'm just scrolling. The suggestions are terrible. They're just crap. I don't know, half the people they suggest now. Just mental. Oh, okay, Jimmy Dore. Yeah, I like Jimmy.
It's okay, son. He's got his wits about him. He was just directing. He had blood all over him, and Frank Turek.
He had blood all over him. Now, I just showed you the video where he clearly walked away before Charlie Kirk's body even hit the ground. Charlie Kirk's chief of staff is super suspect to the point where it looks like he's in on the assassination and he looks like a zombie. So James Lee, we showed you this, but here's James Lee also breaking this down, and then we'll come back and talk about it. Let's watch this.
Mikey McCoy, Charlie Kirk's chief of staff. This is him on the day that Charlie died. And let's just say his behavior was a little more than just odd that day. Check this out.
You can see Mikey identified there on the left, or standing next to the left of the tent. Charlie Kirk has just a few seconds left here on this earth. And you can see here, as soon as Charlie is hit, Mikey, in one swift motion, picks up the phone and looks to be calling someone. Very odd. He doesn't duck down like everybody else. He doesn't run to Charlie's aid. He literally picks up the phone and turns around and starts walking.
And by the way, he does that in under a second. Charlie Kirk, his body hasn't even hit the ground yet. He hasn't even fallen off the chair. And his chief of staff puts the phone to his ear, turns around, and starts walking away calmly and slowly like a zombie. That's what's happening there. His chief of staff didn't even wait for he couldn't even see if the bullet hit him, because within a second before his body even falls off the chair, his chief of staff, Mikey McCoy, picks up the phone, turns around, and starts literally under a second. It's 800 milliseconds.
I got to take this. One sec, guys.
Yeah, hang on. He got shot. Hang on, I got to take this.
You got the keys, by the way?
I got to take this. Yeah. So let's keep. Maybe he just got an automatic callback from the Warner Spectrum cable people, because you know how hard it is to get through when they auto call you back, and you got to take it if you want to talk to a person.
Yeah,
so maybe he's like, "Oh, damn,
line.
I'm getting that call back from Spectrum Cable."
1 sec, guys.
1 sec. Hang on.
Back to the footage one more time. You can see, again, Charlie is hit. Mikey, on movement, picks up the phone and starts walking. And there he is again. You can clearly see that he appears to be on the phone with.
There he is. He's got the backpack on, and he's walking away calmly and slowly, and he's on the phone.
Somebody.
This is a quick jam-packed little video. And this shot here, Charlie is still on the ground with people around him. And I'm just going to drag through the video to get through to some of the interesting spots. We've got Mikey McCoy, and he is right here.
There it is. Another angle. You can see Charlie below being carried into the SUV, and Mikey is in the distance, looks to be still just on the phone, casually strolling away from the scene of the crime.
That's a guy who just got shot. He doesn't even know what happened to him, because as soon as the shot rang out, he turned around, went on the phone, and started walking away. He didn't stick around to help his buddy Charlie. He didn't stick around to make sure his buddy got in an ambulance, because he didn't. He didn't stick around to make sure that somebody was treating him. He didn't stick around to even find out what happened. He immediately got on the phone, turned around, and started walking away. And there he is. Here's Charlie.
Yeah. Tom Warner sucks to deal with, you know. You got to take that call.
Yeah, you got to take
it was
that
very
call.
noisy at the time.
Is that normal? And maybe the bigger question I'm thinking, and you're probably wondering the same thing too, is who was he calling? Well, I did some digging, and according to the New York Times, it was one Erica Kirk. Quote, Miss Kirk was sitting in her mother's hospital room at 11:23 a.m. local time in Phoenix when she saw the number of her husband's longtime assistant, Michael McCoy, appear on her phone. In retrospect, she said she knew the words, "He's been shot," before Mr. McCoy screamed them. According to official records, Charlie Kirk was shot at 12:23 p.m. Mountain Time, which is 11:23 in Phoenix. So if the New York Times is being 100% accurate, the only person that Mikey could have been on the phone with is Erica. But the weird part in all of this that I can't really let go of is that he witnessed practically nothing, right? He saw Charlie get shot, then he picks up his phone, supposedly calls Erica, immediately turns around, walks away. He didn't even look at Charlie, so he would really have no idea of Charlie's condition, unless, of course, he was told by somebody. Maybe somebody was feeding him the information as he was on the phone. I don't know. Or the quiet part out loud is maybe he knew something was going to happen before it did. Oh, and one last little bit. You'll never believe who was searching for one Mikey McCoy a few months before Charlie's death in July of 2025. I won't say it.
Israel.
Oh.
So from Israel, there was a Google search. Now, we've shown you all the crazy Google searches the day before the assassination. Somebody from D.C. was Googling Tyler James Robinson, the guy who they're trying to pin this on. Somebody from D.C. and Huntsville, where there's an FBI headquarters, was Googling Tyler James Robinson the day before. And we find out in July, which was right around when they had the Turning Point USA, where they brought Dave Smith and Tucker Carlson on to talk against Israel. That's when they were searching Mikey McCoy. And where was it coming from? Israel. Isn't that interesting? And Mikey McCoy has no response to any of this. He won't respond to Candace Owens, who reached out to him to ask him, what the hell were you doing? To explain this to us. Here's where it gets it. Wait, let's see.
But you can see it. And of course, guess what it looks like now? The exact search.
There is also a search about Charlie Kirk day before he got shot that spiked, and a search about the college he got shot at day before. Like, why were people searching that before it happened? You know, that's weird. And now this Mikey guy.
Parameters yielding no results.
And so now they've scrubbed it. So now if you try to go back and find that, they've scrubbed it. You can't look that up anymore on Google. Google, which is in bed with the CIA, invented by the CIA. That's Google. So there you go. So that's what's going on. They've now scrubbed it. And so, again, Don Jr. has no questions about this. Kash Patel doesn't have any questions about this. Megyn Kelly doesn't have any questions about it. Nobody. They just accept the establishment story, which is a lie. And here's something that's actually really weird about. And by the way, him being on the phone, Kurt. Who doesn't have a best friend who spends too much time on the phone? Am I right? I mean, he's got important stuff to do. Calling Erica Kirk while her husband is simultaneously gunned down, that's perfectly natural for him to do. He probably thought the gunshot was just some stupid liberal asking a question that backfired. Maybe that's what he thought.
Well, that's what they want us to think.
So here is Mikey McCoy's dad, who's a pastor. He's a pastor, and he couldn't help it, but a couple of days, 4 days after the assassination, he said this. Listen to this. He's talking about his son, Mike McCoy, who's the chief of staff to Charlie Kirk, who, with under a second of him being shot, put a phone to his ear, turned around, and walked away. This is what he says about his son.
What? I'm looking at my son who's 24 years old. Justin's the CFO, chief financial officer, and Mikey's the chief of staff. And I'm watching. The minute Charlie was shot, he called me, says, Dad, Charlie's been shot in the neck. Please call.
So he says he's watching. So he's watching, and as soon as the shot happened, his son got him on the phone. Now, according to the New York Times, Mike McCoy was on the phone with Erica Kirk, not his father. So
maybe
so now they're
listed as Erica.
So now they're contradicting themselves, right? And it gets even worse. Watch this.
Every pastor and pray. It's okay, son. He has wits about him. He was just directing. He had blood all over him, and Frank Turek.
He had blood all over him. Now, I just showed you the video where he clearly walked away before Charlie Kirk's body even hit the ground.
In a clean white shirt.
In a clean white shirt.
No one else got blood on him. That's the amazing thing. And, to ring Erica, I could always imagine the conversation. Hey, Erica, it's done. And she's there going, hey, everyone, it's done. And they're all celebrating, and for fuck's sake.
Turned away and walked away like a zombie and didn't stop walking away. He didn't have any blood on him. He didn't even know what happened. Of course, he did know what happened. It seems like he knows what happened. How could he know what happened? Because before Charlie even hit the ground, he was gone. He had left. He had no blood on him. Here's his father saying he had blood all over him. He didn't have any blood on him at all. Did he have blood on him from another shooting from later that day? Because it wasn't blood from the Charlie Kirk event.
Yeah.
So within seconds of his best pal, his best friend being shot, Mikey McCoy called up his dad to tell him to tell everyone to pray.
Yeah, that's
what I do when I'm scared, Kurt. I call other people and tell them to pray. He didn't immediately call 911 or even forget the call and pray for Charlie himself. If he thinks praying helps. I mean, you're right there, Mikey. Can't you pray?
It was too loud. I had to get away and ask my dad to pray because I wasn't getting good reception on my prayers.
It's kind of weird that Mikey McCoy's dad, the pastor, says he was on the phone with him and not Erica, even though the phone records would show it was Erica, and that Mikey was covered in blood. But he couldn't have been covered in blood because he walked away before Charlie even hit the ground. That's very suspect. And if you want to see it again, here's Ian Carroll's doing a bet. He's got a better view of this. So let me show you.
Right hand guy, and he was at Charlie's right hand all day long.
Gang violence. Great.
So the shot rings out. There he is.
And you can see that Mikey's left hand goes up, kind of like it's going to his ear to cover his ear. And his right hand is holding his phone.
Holds his phone and brings it up.
That's his phone. And we know it's his phone from more than just this, but that is his phone.
And he picks the phone up in less than a second, literally 850 milliseconds from the shot ringing out. He goes, shot, boom. Puts his finger in his ear, turns around, and starts walking in under a second. And he doesn't walk away hurriedly. He doesn't walk away like he's scared. He doesn't duck. He doesn't do anything.
Okay. So it looks like his left arm goes to plug an ear, maybe. and his right hand holding his phone that was already kind of crossed like this starts to come up towards his ear. But Sam makes the important note that no dial motion is detected.
No dial motion.
The phone is in his arms, and it's immediately going up towards his ear. Okay? And he turns around. And Charlie has still not fallen over.
Charlie's still not fallen over, and Mikey McCoy is already exited the crime scene. He hasn't even hit the ground yet. Mike McCoy has already turned around and is walking away on the phone with his finger in his ear like a zombie. Not hurriedly, not afraid, not ducking. He's not calling 911. He's not going to find an ambulance so it makes sure it's there. He's not doing anything, and he certainly isn't getting blood on him.
You're about to see Charlie fall through the frame right here, but he's already turned around.
He's already turned around. Before Charlie hits the ground, he's turned around.
Mikey's out of line of sight, and he's already
There's
on the
too
phone.
many arrows. I can't see.
At least it would appear that he's already on. And then in the same video, this is just, but now,
and there he is,
walking through the frame in the
with
background,
with the phone,
white hat.
There he
Not
is,
running.
not running.
Again, right here.
There he is. There he is.
Black backpack, white shirt, white hat.
Phone up to his ear.
Like chief of staff?
Chief of staff.
Right? Wait.
As Charlie is evacuated behind him. But what's he talking about? He doesn't actually know anything yet. He walked away without seeing what happened to Charlie. Who's he talking to?
Right? This is from a different video, right? From back behind the scene where Charlie is currently getting loaded into the SUV. We all remember the timeline here. It was pretty quick. It was like within a minute and a half or so. And bro is already on his way out of the venue, walking towards the parking lots over there. This is over in that direction is where the memorial got set up eventually. There is parking over there, but that's certainly not a logical thing to do at this moment, is to walk slowly towards the parking. When like he didn't see what happened to Charlie. He didn't see the response. He didn't see anything. He just turned and walked away on the phone. So who's he talking to? If we go back to his dad, didn't we just watch Rob say?
Justin's the CFO, chief financial officer, and Mikey's the chief of staff. And I'm watching the minute Charlie was shot, he called me, says, "Dad, Charlie's been shot in the neck. Please call every pastor and pray."
The minute that Charlie was shot, Mikey called me and said, "Dad, Charlie's been shot in the neck." So was he on the phone with you? Because that seems pretty quick. And it's hard to say he even saw that it was a shot in the neck because he was behind him. But, right? Like, and he turned around within a second. But then he also says this.
He has wits about him. He was just directing.
Directing from not the scene? Directing from leaving?
How was he directing?
I mean, he sure seemed to have his wits about him. That is true.
Mm-hmm. He had blood all over him. And
he had blood all over him? Whoa, bro. Blood all over him? I mean, I see a white-ass shirt, and we watched him walk away.
So, let's say he was talking to Erica. Let's say, because that's what the New York Times reports. Hey, Erica. Yeah, it's Mikey. Yeah, they shot Charlie. Wait, let me find a less noisy place to talk to you. Hang on. I gotta find a place. It's too loud over here. Everybody's trying to stop the bleeding.
Can you hear me now?
What a pal this Mikey McCoy turned out to be. What a pal. He's just directing. Well, he's no good at fight coordination or stunts. That's pretty obvious. I'll tell you that.
Well, he was a pal. He immediately is notifying Charlie's wife before it happens.
Yeah.
Before it happened.
He's on the phone with it before it happened.
Back to the video.
Oh, okay, so that's another video. Oh, wait, there is a little bit more.
Someone went to Barron's live stream and said, "Hey, would you look up Mikey McCoy stuff and see if anyone's been searching Mikey McCoy?"
So did anybody do a Google search for Mikey McCoy? Well, as James Lee reported, here it comes.
And lo and behold, there's a Google trend showing that on the 14th of July, someone in Israel searched for Mikey McCoy.
And that was right around the time that the Talking Points USA was having their convention in Florida, where Charlie Kirk brought Dave Smith on and Tucker Carlson. And immediately, someone from Israel starts Googling Mikey McCoy.
That's interesting.
That's interesting.
But then, on August 15th, Mikey McCoy was searched in the Cayman Islands.
What?
Which is weird.
Yeah.
And then, on September 6th, 4 days before the assassination, someone in Israel searched Mikey McCoy's home address.
Home address.
Verbatim. Like street, like house number, street name, complete. Very specific search in Israel. All that is very weird. And you can go back to Baron's streams and watch them for yourself. I highly recommend that you do that to see the process for yourself and to validate and see exactly how that search was done, to get a little context on it. But that's all very strange. And to clarify, when Baron does these searches, he also shows he'll show that same search in New York and California and Arizona and the United Kingdom and Australia to show you that all these other places, no searches. But then in these places, searches, which is all very weird. And so this is where I started to realize that putting all of these searches onto a timeline might tell us something interesting.
And we're going to get to that in our next video. But right now, if you'd like to hear my jokes about this, come see me in Australia. We've added second shows to all of our shows. We'll see you in Burbank, California at Flappers Comedy Club the day after Thanksgiving. It's a Friday. Everybody's off. See you in Pottstown, Pennsylvania, December 6th. And Waikiki in Honolulu, January 11th. We don't have tickets up for that coming soon. Go to jimmydore.com for all your tickets. Only go to jimmydore.com because if you go somewhere else, you're going to pay more. You ever notice how just standing up after sitting too long feels like a full contact sport these days? Knees crack.
Yeah. Jimmy's doing it. Anyway, drink Coopers. I can't stay up much longer. God, I'm getting old. I want to go to bed. It's only 9:41. I can have crickets outside. That's a good sign. Haven't had crickets for a while. Hey, crickets are good. And my computer's making non-natural sounds. Okay. What else is there, show? Show what? Right. Okay. Yeah, so no one turned up again. Well, it wasn't that sort of stream, I guess, so. But, afterwards it was, but, anyway, I got so much to do tomorrow. Not really. Nothing on. What is it? Thursday tomorrow? Yeah. And I just ain't got nothing on. Yeah, I might walk to the post office tomorrow. It's a couple of miles away. See if Bruno's up to it. If it's a nice day, we'll get up early and we'll go for a bit of a walk, and then we'll go down the lake after we get to the post office and walk all the way back along the lake. Yeah, good plan. That's my plan tomorrow anyway. Go for a walk. If the weather's good. If it's not good, then fuck that. So, I was watching a good movie actually. I'm a quarter of the way into it. Yeah, it's good. It's a shark movie. It starts off as a bit of a slow burner, which I like. And yeah, it's just getting good now. You know, they find this submarine underwater. These rich fuckers, and they talk this guy into taking him out there to this sub they've just found. It's been buried since World War II, and yeah, apparently there's a shark living in it. Anyway, it was just getting real good before. Yeah, I should show that really. I mean the preview. I can't show the movie, but I can show the preview. Speed it up a bit, and what's it called? There we go. Oh, you can buy it on YouTube. You can watch it. You can buy this movie on YouTube. Yeah. Doesn't matter. It's on Prime or Paramount. I've forgotten. But yeah, I'm watching it legally. Anyway, I'll show the short trailer because I don't want to know too much. I haven't watched the whole movie yet. And I don't want to know, you know, so.
Are we lost?
You have been walking around with a secret smile.
Whoops, it's still the right speed. You know, it can't be normal anymore. We got to, you know, be slow or fast. Like,
Well, I think you have a girl.
Charlotte, a wreck from the Second World War. This would be the dive of a lifetime. It's off limits, so no one's been in there.
What is this place? USS Charlotte. Buried in the sand for 80 years. Stay together.
You sure about that turn?
What is going on? Everybody just calm down.
Just calm the fuck down.
Oh, shit.
We have to stop the bleeding.
There's never been any shots, so what you call that out there?
We have to work together to get out of here.
Go, go, go! How much air do you have?
It's fully in the red.
I'll grab a new air tank and I'll come back to get you, okay?
I don't want to drown. It's a dead end. I just want to get out of here.
So there you go. There you go. Yeah, watch that film, mate. There's been a few good shark movies lately. What was that one I watched? Aussie film. Yeah, it's like Wolf Creek on the ocean, but to do with a guy feeding people to sharks, tourists to sharks. Dangerous animals, yeah. Anyway. And there's a World War II shark movie coming out soon. Beast of War. Yeah, can't wait to see that. So, yeah, there's been a few good shark movies out lately. Right, anyway. I can't stress enough about summer's coming soon, and it's fire season coming up, and I'm going to end this video with how quick a fire can spread. And yeah, I'll live through the bushfires of, was it when I was here for about a year, 2021, 22, 21, I think it was. But anyway, oh no, it was when I come back here. That's right. Yeah, so it was 23. Yeah, we had a bad bushfire here that nearly took out the whole town, but the wind changed at the last minute. It was divine intervention. But anyway, I'm going to end off with a bush warning wake up call. Good night, everyone. God bless. Don't let the immigrants and the bed bugs bite. Yeah. And fight, fight, fight. Okay. Good night. I'm out.